watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning. You are in the right place. This place right here, the state of Oklahoma. And you know what day it is. Championship Sunday at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. Live coverage starting right now. Sponsored by Power Pole. In the hours, the minutes actually, before the takeoff there. There we are on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees Grove, Oklahoma, and the Wolf Creek Fishing Facility, where 25 anglers are left. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height and Mark Zona. Guys, we got so many storylines happening today. We have seen wild things more often than not here on the last day of the Classic. We got a lot of elements conspiring to make this one a lot of twists and turns along the way.
Yeah, we absolutely have to look at the weather that we're dealing with today, the anglers will be dealing with. The wind sustained 20-plus miles an hour, gusts 40, 45 miles an hour. You know, I have to admit, I've been asking for wind all week. I don't know if we needed quite this much wind.
Yeah, and really, we talked about when we opened this tournament on Friday morning, this Bassmaster Classic, we talked about diversity. Diversity in the techniques, we got it. But the biggest story really in this tournament is the diversity of the weather. It was a sheet, it was a plate of glass Friday. Yesterday, turned around, got a little bit of a wind system, a cold. We have had every seasonal shift of weather in the last 3 days, and you cannot ask for anything more on the final day of a Bassmaster Classic.
Absolutely. We have those stories working. Another story is the size of the lead of our leader, Justin Hamner of Alabama, 42 pounds and 6 ounces over 2 days of fishing with a 5-pound, almost 6-pound lead ahead of the likes of Adam Rasmussen, Cody Huff, Brandon Card, Hank Cherry Jr., Cooper Gallant, Lee Livesey, Jay Shakura, Taku Ito, and Matt Robertson. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, presented by Marathon and Outdoors this time around. We're in the dark here, but we're getting plenty of fresh air this morning. Again, the Classic champion, two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Height, and bringing top-level bass fishing to the world for 20 years, the one and only Mark Zona. Guys, so great to have you with. You're the guys you want to watch the Classic with. I'm so glad to be here.
I'm layered up for you today, Tommy. I'm a little more prepared, and really, I think the biggest story coming into this final day is Justin Hamner has been flawless, and he a little bit under the radar, but if you really look at his last 12 months, unbelievable consistency. And if you look at Classics past, in fact, Classic that last time we were here, weird things happen on the final day of Bassmaster Classics. We saw it the last time we were here. So as flawless as Justin Hamner has been, every single angler in that top 10 besides Hamner made it a point and said, hey man, there has been a lot of Classic comebacks in the past, and they're hoping for that stumble today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to happen. Justin Hamner is going to have to stumble today to give any of these guys a chance, and we heard several of them talk about that yesterday. We've seen people stumble in the Bassmaster Classic in the past. Justin Hamner hopes that does not happen for him today. But a lot of pressure on a young man who's had a great career in his young career, but especially in the last 12 to 18 months, if you look at what he's done, he's really come into his own as an angler. He said it's just great to be able to just fish for a living, because in the past he's had to cut grass, do things, side jobs, to just be able to make money to survive out here. So it'd be a great day for him to win, but I promise you there's at least 9, probably 24 other anglers that are hoping that he stumbles today.
And a good dude. Something that he said after the weigh-in yesterday, it was amazing. He cut lawns, but if you notice, if you follow Justin Hamner on Bassmasters, he always says roll tide. And I said, did you go to Alabama? And he said, no, I mowed the lawn there. And gosh, it was amazing.
That's
it was
story.
amazing, man.
That's a story that brings you in for sure. 6 years he mowed
the lawn at Alabama, and he said, I'm leading the Bassmaster. I get choked up thinking about just looking at his face when he said that last night.
It's 4 years out there with the Bassmaster Elite. He has proven that he has what it takes to get it done.
I'll cry.
Those are the stories we're looking for. That's the kind of stuff that makes this day so very special. And there's a lot of other stories down through our field of 25 who have survived to this final day, and they have starting with 56. Very hard to get to the Bassmaster Classic. It's never guaranteed. So many great anglers are not in it, and so many who started here are still not in it. But we're just about 5 minutes away from takeoff time as it stands right now. All right, we talked to some of our Our anglers before Dave Mercer is going to be running things. He talked earlier to Adam Rasmussen in second place.
You were leading the Bassmaster Classic. This is so cool. I'm having fun. We got a nice calm day out here. We'll be able to just do whatever we want. So these are the conditions that these fish bite. So I'm ready to get in. You get any sleep last night? I slept like a baby.
All right.
Good.
That was actually the tournament leader, Justin Hamner there, Adam Rasmussen. We'll hear from him a little bit later. Again, these anglers are going to have to devise some provisions for the weather today. The wind, again, blowing very hard, and that affects your ability to move around.
Is.
How fast you can move around, how you can fish in many cases. So a new game plan, maybe not that different from the original one, but modified for sure.
Yeah, you know, we talk about since forward-facing sonar has been such a big player in our tournaments, Justin Hamner is definitely doing that. Conditions like this where the front of the boat is up and down in the waves is not what you want.
Also down there earlier this morning, Dave Mercer getting everyone ready to go. Talk to, and this is the time we listen to second place Adam Rasmussen.
Still haven't really decided what I want to do today yet. Definitely going to have to do something different. Being that the last 2 days the sun has to be out and the wind has to lay down to catch them. I got some ideas though, and we made the Super 6. We're to the final day. I'm gonna go have fun, enjoy this. We're just gonna go fishing. Like, that's when I do my best. If I don't have anything to bank on and I just go fishing, let the fish tell me what they want to do, we'll be all right.
All right, what do you think of this guy with a walleye background who was taken to bass fishing and where he is now?
Two things last night. We got to talk to Adam Rasmussen. Number one, that dude is absolutely for real. When I talked about the wind, him being from Sturgeon Bay, he started laughing. He said, hey, bro, don't worry, I'm going to be just fine. The other thing is, if you watch his mannerisms, he is eerily similar and answers questions eerily similar to a one Bill Belichick. And I said that to him last night. I said, Adam, talk to me about your game plan. It's going to be a lot of wins. Spinnerbait more than anything. Focus on the Bengals. And I'm like, wow. I said, dude, has anybody ever compared? He goes, well, we're going to try to win. In all honesty, if you watched how he has managed this tournament, how he got into this tournament, being from where he's from, absolutely for real, Adam Rasmussen.
Also in the field, of course, the Classic was taken by a Canadian, Jeff Gustafson, last year, 2023. We have another Canadian starting in our top 10, sixth place, Cooper Gallant, earlier with Dave Mercer.
I really noticed yesterday when it was blowing first thing in the morning, they were chewing. I mean, but you can also get in the situation where your stuff gets blown out and it's just too windy. I've never been out on this lake when it's this windy, so I'm not too sure how bad it gets. But from what I've seen, when it blows and it's overcast like this, I think they're going to chew.
Well, you think our Lake Ontario guys might have also a little bit of an advantage in the situation like this. Cooper's one of them. This is a Lawrence bird's eye view of the situation. We're just really just 5-10 minutes away from takeoff time. It won't take long to get that started, and before you know it, they'll be out there fishing.
Yeah, and we can kind of dive in now. Horse Creek has been by far and away the biggest player with your top 10. With that being said, some of the anglers will have a little bit of protection, but where a lot of those fish, we're looking at a south-southeast wind, and we're ripping about 15 to 25 already with predictions that we're gonna get up to 40. There's going to be some areas that are going to be very exposed where these anglers have done damage so far this week.
It is, and listen to Adam, from Sturgeon Bay and the Coop from Lake Ontario. Obviously, they've seen huge waves, bigger waves than we're going to see today or any other day here on this lake. But it's different the way this lake twists and turns and the way that wind will come around islands, and those choppy waves versus the big rollers that you can fish. Actually fish better in a 6 or 7 foot roll type scenario like you'd have on Lake Ontario, Sturgeon Bay. You really can. Then Then the chops has got you in front of your boat up and down all day long. It's a different type of rough to fish in.
All right, also in our field, he's been near or in the top 10 all week long. From Kentucky, Matt Robertson.
What's up, guys? Day 3, Championship Sunday here at the Bassmaster Classic. We're sitting in 10th place. We've been kind of swinging for it this week, throwing the big baits, and we're going to go out there and do it again, see if we can't catch 5 of those great big ones. And the wind's blowed, I think it's going to help us. And I don't care how far ahead they are, if we can catch the ones like I caught yesterday morning, like we can bust a 30-pound bag, no problem.
Matt Robertson, 10th place, talking about no matter how far ahead. I mean, we got 25 out there, and, you know, it's a crazy world. You never know.
And really one of the anglers also to watch is Cody Off having a big day 1 of this tournament, stacking weight. Way up in the back of Horse, very shallow, 1 to 4 feet of water. Did not play yesterday, and he had to kind of scramble fishing boat docks. He said, I'll chase it today. He said, I'm going to throw a big spinnerbait to start. Windy points, we have seen that play here in the past. So you're going to see, I think what you're going to see more than anything on the final day of this classic is a few anglers gamble a little bit more compared maybe to how they have fished, at least to get to this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. Most of these anglers feel like they have to gamble, with second place being a little over 5 pounds back. And, you know, you drop down to the top 10, they're 9 pounds back or so. They're going to have to gamble a little bit, but still can't emphasize enough. If Justin Hamner does not stumble,
doesn't matter.
They're in trouble, yeah.
No, that's right. That's for sure. Starting the day in 9th place. Had to fish his way up from a little bit farther down in the pack on day number 2. The Japanese angler who's so popular around the world, Takumi Ito.
Yeah, so good morning. Today the day 3, Bassmaster Classic 2024. So yesterday the big day, 17-10 I caught and the 9th place. So I need to 20 plus today. But my area is 100 bass and I try to get big bag, and so afternoon I want to try to upriver, but strong wind, I don't know. So I keep fishing the down lake or upriver. So I will try to that. So hopefully good day.
All right, Taku, he told us what's bad and what's good for him today.
Absolutely. Finally kind of cracked the code on Grand Lake with his forward-facing sonar, and really what he said is the way that this weather pattern has shifted throughout this tournament, and with a lot of, looking at what he caught yesterday, a big stringer, is we've heard a lot of rough fish suspended on bait, a lot of catfish and drum. We've covered it in this tournament. You don't hear that a lot on other lakes, and he said what it's done is pushed hundreds, in his exact words, hundreds of those bass closer to the bank where they don't mix quite as well with those drum.
Yeah, it's been puzzling to me all week long why some of these other live scope experts, so to speak, Koya Fujita, Taku Ito, and you could just keep on naming them, had a rough start to this Bassmaster Classic. And talked to Taku last night, and he said the same thing that Justin Hammer has been saying all week. You can fish for those bass that are up close to the bank, real close to the shoreline. You get caught up where more bait is and more fish you are, but a lot of those are catfish and drum and carp and that sort of thing. But there has been a bigger push close, and these anglers have figured out, hey, stay away from what looks like the pot of gold and get in here around the bank where you can actually catch those fish.
That wants me gold.
Taku said he does not like shallow water fishing, but he will do it if he has to do it. Lee Livesey's a guy who likes shallow water fishing. He has had a great tournament. Let's hear from the man from Longview, Texas.
Final day of the Classic, man. We got a shot. That's all you can wish for. We're in 7th place. Huge weather change. Man, the wind changed directions, and it's going to blow. It's blowing out of southeast, 20 to 30 today with gusts in the 40s and 50s. That can change some things. Not wishing anything bad on Justin, but we need him to fall. We need him to struggle. We got to catch 5 big ones. You can't jump around a lot today, so we're going to fish a little bit in takeoff. Then we're going to get down to an area where I think I can catch the 5 biggest fish. See where we end up, and things are going to change today. Got to stay positive and grind it out. This wind's going to be tough, but things can happen. It's the final day of the Classic, Grand Lake, Oklahoma.
Lee says you can't jump around a lot today. How much of the field is that going to really hurt?
Really, I think that, you know, Lee has used Horse Creek is one of the widest creeks on this body.
It's almost a bay.
It's almost
if you've never
a bay.
been there.
Absolutely
If
right.
you stay outside of the bridge, it's a bay within itself.
And Livesey's one of the anglers that's kind of bounced in and out of there. I think it's going to affect before you get to that bridge in Horse Creek. Brandon Card's, a lot of his damage was done under the bridge. We got to see that day one with Cody Huff. Outside, south of that bridge, guys like Jay Shakurit, Cooper Gallant, Adam Rasmussen, but they are going to be in the teeth. I'm going to tell you, we're going to get some unbelievable images. I think that area is going to be the most exposed on the entire body of water.
It is, and you're exactly right. There's going to be more anglers fishing in that area, so we're going to have some great footage of some people battling some rough conditions to fish for the Bassmaster Classic Trophy.
Bless the camera crew out there
oh my
today.
gosh, yes.
Man. Everybody, you want everybody to be safe, but we are going to get some images that we might not have seen in Bassmaster Classic past.
They are the best in the world, these guys, and we're leaning on them hard today because this will be a super challenge for them. We talk about being in and out of the wind, and we look at our leader, Justin Hamner, not all day, but a lot of the day, way back in the backs of creeks, lots of land elevation above the water level. Are those protected enough to where he's not going to be affected?
So his main lake deep, steep pockets that he started in yesterday with us, his boat's sitting in about 40 feet of water, yet he's able to hit the bank. He's really concentrating on timber in those really steep pockets. Now, we were with him yesterday morning for, call it the first 3.5 hours. Numbers game was there for Justin Hamner, but this is actually a really critical factor. His weight, the bulk of his weight yesterday is when he adjusted and went to Horse Creek with a lot of your other leaders fishing. There is a weird shallow jerkbait deal going on in Horse Creek, 2 to about 6 feet of water, kind of those old dilapidated brush piles. And he said, I think I'm going to start in Horse Creek. It will be very interesting to see how rough it is, because here the biggest thing is forward-facing sonar late in the day. His damage was done in Horse Creek, and his damage was done with that sonar.
I think he's smart starting there because the winds are just going to pick up as the day progresses. Yes. So that'll be his best time to go into Horse Creek. I think it's great that he does have those higher steep banks
in his back pockets.
Yeah, okay.
Somewhere to go in to be, less exposed to that wind. So it's really good that he has that to fall back on. Unfortunately, yesterday he caught a lot of non-keepers doing that and very, very few keepers.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that those deep pockets down lake that he started in, that will probably actually have the most protection of anybody we're covering in the top 10 except for Hank Cherry.
All right, well, that is not great news for the rest of the field who's trying to run down Justin Hamner, but hey, that's what makes the story so great. Our last boats are getting out there right now. All of our 25 are underway today. Let's get one final word. I mean, we always want to hear something from Matt Robertson. Let's see what his parting thoughts are as he leaves the dock.
His first Bassmaster Classic, he's a Bassmaster Open winner. Kyle Patrick. One of the most feared names in professional bass fishing.
All business tonight, baby. We got a championship.
His first Bassmaster Classic.
All business today, yes, sir. You know that feeling, Davey. It's too much business.
Yeah, but it is surprising to hear it come out of his mouth.
This is so cool. This is the coolest tournament in the sport. If you're a kid watching, now you're an adult, you've seen this for years. This is so cool.
Robbie, or I'm sorry, is that Ronnie? Are you on a megaphone? You sound like Stone Temple Pilots there.
It's the windstorm over there. I'm trying.
I hear,
I like the sound.
No, it's good. Keep it up. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon will be with us. We got the whole crew in place here. This is the biggest week of the year and the biggest day of the biggest week. Championship day at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Someone will have their life changed at the end of today. There is no doubt about that. One more look at our leaderboard. After the weigh-in yesterday, what we're starting with today, where they're starting from, Justin Hamner with a 5-pound, 7-ounce lead ahead of Wisconsin's Adam Rasmussen. Cody Huff, who had the day one lead, watch the guys who had a little adversity on day number 2 and were able to fight back. Cody Huff did exactly that. Brandon Card fought his way from down in 39th place to get up into this top 10 today. Hank Cherry and all the rest, those 10 will have cameras in the boats with all day long. In just moments, they will be arriving at their starting places. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back and commence fishing the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. We are back getting you ready for the start of the fishing, which is imminent. Going to happen any minute now. Great state of Oklahoma and Grand Lake of the Cherokees for the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. Third time for the Classic to come to this playing field, which turns out always to be a good test of the best in the business.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders taking a look at our Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Gonna do a hummingbird unlock the lake. Start down by the dam. Looking at about 46,500 acres as you go up towards Drowning Creek, right across from Duck Creek on the left. And if you really look at those pockets, those main lake pockets around Drowning, that has been Justin Hamner's starting point throughout this tournament. If you look at that big bay, Davey Height, Horse Creek right there, that is where predominantly most of the damage with your leaders has been all week long, and as we have seen in years past.
You're exactly right. We've seen in years past. I rode with Jason Christie on Wednesday. He said half of the top 10 will be from Horse Creek, which is really amazing. Jason Christie didn't spend a lot of time in there, maybe overthought it a little bit too much. You work up the lake a little bit, you get up close to Wolf Creek Park. A lot of anglers have fished traditionally in that area also.
Looking at your hummingbird unlock the lake right here as we get up towards our takeoff and at Wolf Creek Park, and right there is a look at 3+ pounders, from 3 pounders all the way up to about 6 pounds. Well, you can see from our takeoff also to where the Neosho River meets the Elk River, but a lot of damage right there in Horse Creek around the islands as you enter the creek all the way back till you get under the bridge. That right there is your hummingbird unlock the lake. And we heard something coming into this tournament. It is the same old Grand Lake, and if you look at that map right there, it definitely backs up that theory from a lot of our anglers. No, it is just fine.
At 3+ pounders. Yes, that's your hummingbird unlock the lake. Those 3 pounders and up are the ones that are likely to be populating a limit. Those are the ones you would likely see in a limit. Below that, you don't want that coming in on this day if you want to be the champion.
Yeah, for the first time ever, us coming here, I've seen a lot of fish 12 to 14 inches. Seen a lot of these anglers measuring fish. In years past, when you'd catch 6 or 7 fish,
you got a good bag.
Yeah, absolutely. It's similar to Guntersville. You know, you don't have to get 20 bites. If you get 8 bites a day, you're going to have 18 to 20 pounds.
And I heard Such talk about it in the pre-show with Ronnie. Hamner catches over 18-ish pounds. It's going to be the highest weight classic that we have had here on Grand. But here's what I can tell you is, obviously, like you said, Tommy, a 4 to 5 pounder is absolute solid gold right now.
So that is the standard. Absolutely.
But looking at the health of this lake right now, how many small fish that we've seen all week, it's in really, really good shape. Because you're right, in years past, a lot of anglers, a lot of your leaders, we would only see 5 to 8 bites a day.
It's going to be a grind for some of our anglers, and it has been all week long. A lot of them are just fine with that. A lot of them, like Hank Cherry, we have seen him catch them pretty much one after the other all day long, especially on day 1 for Hank, and he has already arrived at his spot today. He is setting to work. Hank Cherry starting out, well, about 8 pounds and 11 ounces behind our leader.
We missed it. I mean, he just pushed it, did not get it. That was weird. That was very weird.
I was
thinking, maybe it's so slick, the jig. But we know from the past 2 days that was probably a smaller fish, because unless that bite changed that much, because the ones that have bit this have been, we'll try him again a little bit. I hear you. Keep flopping.
Not a big surprise to see him starting out doing these boat docks. A little curious to see if we would see him with his jerk bait early this morning. Been talking about it all week, but we have not seen him do that.
Very, very confident yesterday. Very, like, he hasn't caught 20 pounds, but he said, I've just felt all week with the coming weather, if I can catch my bag like I've been and make that adjustment into the wind with that jerk bait, I feel like I can have, you know, the biggest bag of the tournament.
Pretty much all we've seen him throw. A little bit of cranking yesterday, but most of his damage throughout this tournament, bladed jig and a 3/8 ounce Davis jig with a Bass Mooch trailer. Can't say it enough.
Yeah,
baby.
I bet. I could tell.
Another thing is a lot of these small pockets, you know, he's been really within 5 miles of our takeoff the entire tournament. He is outfished. We talked about it late yesterday. He is outfished because we've watched on our map. There has been some of the best shallow water anglers in these same little pockets. He's just outfished all of them.
Yeah, I was curious to see if he would start in those same pockets that he started in, and he has. You wonder about these fish replenishing behind these boat docks. They're obviously up there to spawn. Feel better about it than maybe the back of that flat area in Horse Creek that Cody Huff has been starting.
That's the farthest out we've had a bite too. It wasn't really it wasn't a good bite. It was a kind of just pushed it. I never hooked him. Could have been a carp.
You guys mentioned him. Multiple anglers have been around him. I was in this pocket to end our practice with Kyle Welcher on Wednesday. He knew, like, if I could get a bite in 45 minutes at the end of the day here, I can devote my whole tournament to this. He didn't, and so we see those guys trying to play two different game plans where Hank was confident in it and has ran it all day, every day.
Matt Robertson has been starting in Drowning Creek. Don't know if he's had enough time to get that far down the lake this morning. Maybe not.
Yeah, and also, like where he started, right around in the mouth of Drowning, really, a lot of the main Lake Bluff style points. Fishing a lot flatter area to start today.
Yeah.
And he had, after he caught, was that like a 5 or 6 pounder to start yesterday?
Yeah, 5 plus, yeah.
Yeah, he said he said, I caught a 4-pounder, and he said he weighed it later, and it was 6. It was a 6-pounder.
Wow.
Yeah, boy, it was slow after that for Matt Robertson.
Yeah, I think it was the 6-pounder first cast, and then 4 hours later, a keeper. That's how his day started.
It's very interesting. We'll be able to hear this, guys, and your thoughts are well appreciated on this as well. When we get around this time of the year, we always think about the warming water and how we're following those fish as they push, but our leader, Justin Hamner, and Brandon Card, who's caught the second biggest bag of the tournament, both said they specifically have been looking for the coolest water possible because that's the most stable. We think of it as maybe the least biting water, but that's the water temp they've been living in for 4 months.
Oh, half the field wanted it to be colder here this week than
Absolutely.
it has been. I promise you, Jason Christie was one of them.
Right, where those fish are not moving.
Right.
Matt Robertson's career has kind of been wheeled around the Classic. He's qualified through the Bassmaster Team Championships, winning that bracket competition at the end of it. He won an Open on Cherokee Lake in Tennessee back in 20 to qualify for the Classic and the Elite. Here on the strength of his Elite points this year.
Getting a look at Cody Huff right there, and you could see he has shifted his game plan. Got to talk last night with Cody Huff, and a lot of his damage done yesterday skipping docks, and said, I am scrapping that, and I'm going to go for it. Fish a lot of windy areas with a spinner bait. Definitely something we've seen in the past.
This looks exactly like
the
type bait that he caught his fish yesterday. He had to go to plan B or plan C. Certainly was not plan A. But this is a great shot of what he will be dealing with trying to fish behind those boat docks, those cables. They've been easy to navigate when the wind hasn't been like this, but it's much different trying to get up fish right alongside and behind those cables with the wind coming in on these places like this. Good choice switching up from a jig and to a spinnerbait. I like his bait change, but it's going to be a lot tougher for him to be able to fish effectively behind those boat docks and those cables.
Hey, and one of the anglers to watch, Jason Christie, is still in the mix here.
Absolutely.
You know, it's amazing. He said on the stage yesterday with Mercer, he really had the potential to have one of those special Grand Lake days yesterday. Still had a great bag. I think it was over 18 pounds. Said he could have scared that 25 to 27 pounds.
11 pounds back, and this is kind of the time of the year when, people getting run down from that far back happens.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's probable today, but I'm saying it's on the table.
You can think of very few positives for what happened to him here with that 6-pound lead and then not holding that trophy over his head that afternoon. But I guarantee you he's thinking about that right now. It can happen because it happened to me.
And I guarantee, with as far down as he is, he's fishing free.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he had a 6-pound lead, guys, but I'm pretty sure he was 11 pounds up over Edwin because Edwin beat him by 17 pounds that final day to win by what it was.
So they caught 29, which is what it's probably going to take Jason Christie today, 28-29 to have a chance. But he's thinking it can happen because it happened to me.
First fish just came across Bass track. Brian Smith, 3-pounder.
I come in here because the reason I do this is because, like I told you, one of the biggest ones I caught in practice. Right back here. But for whatever reason, hadn't been one the whole tournament.
Oh, yeah, I finally slept a little better. I felt like hell yesterday morning. Feel good today.
It's not a big week for sleep, traditionally.
No.
For anyone involved in this thing.
You heard a lot of the stories about classics in the past having to fish out of another boat, not your own. That's just something else to make it uncomfortable for you here this week. But the hotels and all that goes into bringing your rig into a big city like this, there's a lot of things that cause you
to not sleep.
Yes.
Have other things on your mind that normally aren't there.
Another little one.
A lot of these guys have drivers. Maybe they get some rest on the way back from the lake for the 90-minute drive there, unwind, decompress. And today, Patrick Walters was Justin Hamner's driver.
Oh, really?
To take him to the lake.
That's cool.
How about that?
He said that yesterday afternoon. I guess he backed up what he said, that he was going to drive him. Is that official? Did he drive him?
I did not bother to text Justin, but I do believe, being a good friend like Patrick is, and wanting to see his buddy in this moment, I no doubt he woke up to do that.
Yep.
Coop Gallant, on the other hand, doing it all himself. Not doing all the driving, everything.
But his dad is videoing everything for Coop, like always. I'm pretty sure.
Jay Shakura is another Wisconsin angler who's starting out in our top 10 today.
Don't know if that was a keeper. It's hard to tell. He's stone cold Jay.
Yeah, he is. He is hard to read. He has got his game face on most of the time.
He's even. He doesn't get too excited. He never seems to get low.
Another good shot there of Cody Huff. What he's doing. Yep. No need to worry. Get one on your next cast.
Oh, the largies are in here. Just lost one on my last cast. I'm not even gonna weigh it for now. We just gotta get back in there. my baby be in there.
It's one of the first times that we have seen Jay Shakurit not in this area of Horse Creek, stopping a little bit short.
Fishing off of this island. Day one, I caught a couple of nice ones in here. I had a 5'10". My plan wasn't to start here, but man, I'm going with my gut feeling all day today. And we got some wind blowing in here. I think we might be able to get a bite in this pocket. And we're not too far away from where I've caught them the first 2 days, so it's actually not that rough right now.
Talk to me about qualifying for the Open.
Yeah, unreal. Winning an Open is probably, it's got to be the hardest thing on earth to do. There's so many good guys in that. You're fishing against 225 other anglers. To win an Open was an unreal feeling, and then now to be sitting where I am at my first Bassmaster Classic, second place, final day, I can't ask for anything better than this. This is, the game of fishing is an awesome game when it works out, man. Sometimes it doesn't, but when you put yourself in position, you take full advantage of it and enjoy every minute of it, because it doesn't happen every day. You win some, you lose some, you're gonna get knocked down. You get knocked down, you get back up and you keep trying, you don't quit.
Adam Rasmussen explaining to us the importance of the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. They offer two important portals. One, if you win an Open, you get qualification into next year's Classic, and also through the Opens, you can participate in the EQ division. That's elite qualifier, means you're going to fish all of the 9 Opens tournaments during the course of a year, the whole campaign. And if you get enough points, you can qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that is huge. Right now, our leader with 3 events down is Canada's Evan Kung, Dakota Ebert of Texas in second place. Then it's Mike Adams, the veteran Mike Sermon, Eastern Fothergill from the
Fishing
Strike
today.
King. Yes, Fishing today. Another one who's qualified through the Strike King College Bassmaster system. So your Tackle Warehouse EQ update on the standings. Very, very important to what's happening here. A lot of it comes from here. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oil changed this place back in the 1920s, and it's a great place to have a classic.
Professional bass fishing, come out for Justin Hamner. His very first ball.
Justin, this crowd's out here to see you. And last night, when we were talking to you after the weigh-in, you said you were going to sleep like a baby, but your competition wasn't because of what you did the first 2 days. Did you sleep?
I slept so good. Gosh. I don't know why, but I have not had those crazy nerves and jitters and all that stuff. I've just been relaxed. I don't know. Everything just felt right. We got one more day to do it, but I'm ready.
Your mental clock's ticking right now. You've got 8 hours to prove yourself. You know how tough it is on the final day of the Classic. You've seen the past few years. Do you go back with the one that brung you? Do you dance with the one that brung you, or do you try something different on this third and final day?
Absolutely. I got to do what, got me here. It is my most confident bait, throwing that jerkbait around. I might have to change locations, change what I'm targeting. I got to let the fish tell me. That's my biggest thing been all week, is just going with the flow, but I'm keeping that jerkbait in my hand because I know I can make it happen with it.
Weight-wise, I always ask the guys as he goes out on that last day, is there a number that you feel like you need to have or want to have today?
Absolutely, 20 pounds. 20 pounds.
You need 20.
Won't be comfortable without 20. Still won't be comfortable with 20, but let's just try to do like 25. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
That would be good. And it's possible here on Grand Lake. There's 30-pound bags out there, and that's also what the other guys are thinking, that they could charge hard. But think about it. This is a University of Alabama fan right here. Nick Saban retires, the legend of the Crimson Tide. Will we have another Crimson Tide legend today win the Bassmaster Classic? The man who mowed the yards of the University of Alabama could be the best bass fisherman in the world. Hit me one time.
Roll Tide.
It's Hamner time.
our leader to start the day. Justin Hamner, 20 pounds is what he caught yesterday. If he can repeat that, he's pretty confident he can get the job done. I tend to agree.
I certainly wouldn't disagree with that. We're excited to see Justin Hamner get out there. He's fun to watch. He's fun to watch and knowing a little bit about his background.
Drinking on a trademark sweet tea. Milo sweet tea.
Milo sweet tea.
Justin Hamner. Got a great story, and he really is. Nothing seems to concern him. Yesterday, he started slow. Go ahead, Robin.
I was going to say full of life.
Yes.
Full of life,
Yeah,
excitement,
absolutely.
energy, like a little kid.
Yep. Youthful enthusiasm all the way with Justin Hamner. He has found his spot to start his day, so why don't we just go on right down onto the water and get with Justin Hamner.
He has changed his rotation in a big way, starting in horse where he ended, well, went there about midday yesterday.
Here we go. Start today with a 6-pounder would be a great start for him, wouldn't it?
6 to 8 pound fish possible.
Sure, that would.
There you go. There's a little issue I've thought about with the brakes on the anchoring system.
A lot going on back there.
Yes, it is.
Get the feeling it's something big.
There you go.
Fought one like this yesterday. I had it hooked a little funny, and then he finally got it at the back of the boat. So you don't want to discount it.
No, he's got that look on his face. He's not discounting it at all.
Oh,
Now he
no. Oh, and I mean a good strike.
Striped bass. Wow.
Oh, careful.
Those hybrids fight really good.
Well, it was one of those 6 to 8 pounders.
Yeah, it was.
Jeez. Get the juices flowing.
Yeah, you can test make sure the drag's working, etc.
Yes.
Good dry run there, so to speak.
Got a lot of fish catching going on. Chris Johnson, Corey Johnson, Brandon Cobb, Matt Eric, all got 2 fish already.
Shakira. Saw him miss
So
one,
many
then
of them
catch
there.
one in succession just a few minutes ago.
Hamner's hooked up again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
Just keep her going here. There we go. Other one is trying to eat it out of its mouth. Might be a keeper spot. He's fat. Yeah, keeper spot.
That's not one of the larger spots we've seen this week, but this lake those spots look better than they ever have.
Yes, and we have seen more spots this week than any tournament
Yeah.
we've covered in the past.
So that's 2 fish for Jay Shakira. Nothing huge. I mean, it's got him up to about 4 pounds estimated. to third place.
Justin Hamner can let it all out now. That pretty much 2 bullets this week, a deep jerk bait, suspending jerk bait, and a shallow one, and that has pretty much been it.
He's thrown a jig a little, but I don't think he's caught a single fish that he's weighed in on a jig. It's been jerk bait and jerk bait.
I thought I saw a glimpse of it one time and it looked like a bass. Yeah. Okay. The stripe here don't act like normal stripe. Oh, just deep diving jerk bait. That's been my deal all week. Gotta ride with it. I mean, that's just my confidence bait. No matter where we go, I'm gonna have it tied on. I'm gonna try to make a jerkbait bite work if I can in any way. They biting a jerkbait, I'm gonna find out about it.
Yes, he will. Bass Pro Shop's top lures. Yeah. That is a very popular suspending jerkbait that Justin Hamner didn't want to totally give out. But one thing,
that's the biggest thing I think for my success. Every day has been so different. Really, I'm having to make multiple casts to like the same targets. Obviously I'm using the live scope, and there's so many other fish in this lake that I can't just, it's not just pull up, oh, there's a blob, let me throw at it. It's literally, I'm just using it for cover and trying to get something to react to it. That's why I feel like I have to keep making so many multiple casts to it, just because you can't tell what's in there.
One of the big keys to that deep diving suspending jerkbait with Hamner is when he changes the hooks. Actually, we were able to see it on his forward-facing sonar. Talked about it last night. It actually, those hooks give it a slower sink that keeps it near a lot of those fish. Back to Hank Cherry.
Yeah, you can really affect the action of a jerkbait, a suspending jerkbait, with just changing the hooks, going to a smaller wire diameter, a heavier wire. It really, to the front of the bait, to the back of the bait, you can really adjust the action of that bait a lot.
Couple degrees. I don't think it really matters.
Speaking of weighting and changing jerkbait hooks, this guy has done it to perfection for years.
Many.
I don't know.
He's throwing a jig
this week. Yeah, now he's throwing a jig this week.
It was funny when we asked Hamner last night. We said, "Are you able to get that jerkbait to sink?" And he kind of just smiled.
Yeah, one of those things they don't talk about a lot. Smallest keeper I think we've seen Hank Cherry put in the boat.
Yes, that's right.
Spot as well.
Pound knife.
His bottom, his floor of size has been good so far.
Boy, you would not know it's blowing 30 miles an hour.
No, he has sought out he has sought shelter.
Brandon Card's not on camera, but he has caught a 2-pounder.
Brandon Card, whom, as we noted at the start of the broadcast here, brought himself up from 39th into the top 10, the top 5, as a matter of fact, yesterday.
Be interesting to see the anglers make adjustments in and out of the wind. You see Cody Huff, he was right in it, gassing on him this morning, throwing a spinnerbait on the same stretch that he caught most of the fish he weighed in yesterday, but he's certainly gotten back in a pocket and much more protected than where he started out.
Taku's been covering a lot of ground this week, been spending his mornings every day down lake You know, in the Drowning Creek region, hundreds of bass, a lot of bait fish, suspending, you know, live scope's been, you know, utilized by him, obviously. And then when the sun gets up, or at a certain point in the day, maybe where there's some opportunity in that clearer water or for those fish to get near cover, he'll go to the Elk River and flip and spinnerbait and things like that. So it's interesting. He's got both ends of the lake going, which is a hard thing to manage in a Classic.
Jerry, the two-time Classic winner in 2020 and 2021, Guntersville in Alabama, Ray Roberts in Texas.
Bacon.
Boy, that is the quality that we've seen. We've caught a lot of bass that size.
Just got to move around with them. Hey, look, fresh, fat female. That's the key. There goes the heart.
That's great to hear.
Oh, man,
two-time
waking up.
Classic champion say, there goes the heart. You never lose it.
We'll have to come back in this pocket again later. Three, two.
He's caught a lot of 3-pounders.
Yes.
Well, half of the Classics in the previous 8 years have been part of a back-to-back
out there on the points and stuff.
situation when you think about it like that.
I'm trying to focus more on the shallower ones.
I asked him what a third Classics. Only two other people in the world have ever won 3 Classics or more. But to win 3 Classics in 5 years, and one of those years you didn't make the Classic, that is a streak. 3 out of the last 4 Classics he fished, he would have won. That would be absolutely a hot streak for this event for Hank Cherry.
Jerry's second fish was a 3-2, our Mercury Big Bass today so far. Put him in second place.
Nah, no people.
Taku said he caught about 35 bass yesterday.
Yeah, located a big school. And
so there's about 100 around him.
Hope we see him catch 35 again today.
Yeah, man.
God, that is a big old screen.
That is a big screen, Ronnie. Good eye.
God, first day
hard
I
to
have
miss.
that on my boat, I'm hitting it right in the middle with a chatterbait and smashing that monitor on accident, no doubt.
Knock that screen off in Chameau Bay. It could take your head off of your passenger or you.
Absolutely.
Not that I've ever had a graph or a trolling motor get knocked off in Chameau Bay.
Never stuffed away.
I was in there that day when you did that.
Secure looking for number 3.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you do it? Barely hooked. I mean, barely hooked. Go. If she had just enough where I could swing her. All right.
Everybody's making a move except Justin.
Starting
Only
strong.
one nice striper.
Starting strong, laying down a good base on a day like today might not be a bad idea. You don't know what's coming. Coots, maybe.
Boy, look at there.
Cormorants and so forth. Our coverage today. We're going to step away and Live Mix will take over for an hour. When we come back at 10 a.m. We'll be live on FS1 for 2 hours and then starting at noon Eastern, live on Fox. Big wrap-up show tonight also on FS1. That's the broadcast outlook today. We got it covered for you. Biggest event in the sport of fishing. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. 25 down from the original 56 for Championship Sunday, and it is underway. We'll be back in an hour, and we will see you then.
Down and go fishing. It's cloudy, windy, overcast. Feel like they should be biting. I'm not out there, but I wish I was.
Me too.
Feels like you could catch one any second.
John, have you fished the Classic before?
I fished one Classic.
That's what I thought.
On Conroe in 2017.
How old were you then?
Oh gosh, 18.
My goodness.
Yeah, long time ago.
You're already a grizzled veteran.
So were you the youngest qualifier for the Classic
At that time until this year when Aaron qualified.
That's pretty cool.
Just blown away. Of course, Lee is so personable and easy to get along with and everything. How close those boats are to him. Typically, you know, of course, today is may be a good buddy. They may be having a conversation. So
let's see here.
Curveball. I couldn't.
Jay just caught another small keeper.
Pointless. I can't win over there.
I can't win over there.
Yep. That's what today is all about. Is getting that opportunity to win.
You're not going to fall further than 25th. Yep. You're still going to get the same check you were going to get unless you lay it all on the line. That's exactly what we've seen in years past. Well, you saw that at Conroe. I mean, Jordan Lee.
Yep,
for sure. Hey, I'm just going to sit here and throw this jig on this point. You know,
everybody's going to have that.
Didn't make any sense at all to what everybody else was doing.
Yep.
You know. So.
And this fish and brush, there's a big break here. There's a big spawning. I'm assuming they spawn in here. And it like forms a bowl. And then on this side of where the island is, there's a break. And on that break, on top of the break, and it's about 5-6 feet, there's shallow brush. And this is where I did most of my damage yesterday. You just got to fish real slow. There's quite a bit of brush around. But when I do get bit, it seems to be a big one. Usually.
Sounds like a really good deal right there.
Yeah. I mean, really and truly what he just...
I don't know if I can catch a limit of 5 good ones in this area. I'm going to have to go fish new water, but I think it's good for one somewhere.
What he just described is an area, it sounds to me like you got a flat, you come out to some cover, you got a drop, and then you got deep water.
Yep.
365 days out of the year, there's a fish around that kind of thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. And so they could really load up there, or it could be just I'm going to just catch one. But you know what he just described is what you should be looking for with or without forward-facing sonar or any of that. That is just classic. That's it. Old school fishing.
He's also around some of those islands. It looked like he was in a chute between two islands. So that area could be one of the only areas in the lake where you have a good wind current kind of funneling between the bank and the island there.
How important is that wind current?
It's very important, especially when you're on a place that, you know, that's not like a Tennessee River lake where there's a constant flow of current. So anywhere you could get some natural current, whether it's from the wind or even boat traffic or whatever. Getting around a little moving water when there's not a lot of moving water in a lake is a big key.
I don't think we have any problem with moving water today, though, huh?
No, no, not at all.
But what it also will do is I'm assuming, and I'm, it positions.
Yep.
It's another factor of putting a fish where you can guess more accurately.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also will make fish just live there more so all year round than other places. They'll be there in the winter. If there's water moving there most of the year, it'll keep shad and bait fish there most of the year too.
I thought he was going to sit to it.
See that? A fish I snapped off to just jumped right there. 3.5, 4 pounder.
Yeah, that hurts.
That must be when he broke off. And we didn't see him break that off. Well, they can do two things. Just as a student of the sport and talking to you young kids,
That's frustrating.
that can just cut your heart right out of your chest. Or it can give you the knowledge that, okay, 4 pounders here.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to find the positive in that. I mean, and so where there's one, there's another potentially. I got the right thing that's got this fish to. I just got to take care of my business, right?
For sure.
So it'll be interesting to see how Cooper deals with that. He said, he sure enough said 4 pounder, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. It did not look small when it jumped either.
He's still talking.
Yep.
He shows up when he's at a Bassmaster Classic. He shows up.
He turns it on. Hooked up.
That looks like it could be a big one. He is not laying the wood to it.
Hopefully a good one.
Or just hooked in the side.
Yeah.
When they're hooked on the outside of the mouth like that, they feel a lot bigger sometimes than they.
Heavier.
Oh yeah, that's a good spot.
Will he, let's see if he culls with that. It won't be much of a cull, but we would get an idea of what he has in the box. I mean, that's...
I'd say it will cull because he has 2 1.5 pounders.
All right.
That looks more of a closer.
That fish measures. I can always tell. I watch you guys and I pull up on you. I got like whatever. Okay, and then you pull out. No way when you're culling 3 pounders do you have, 12 pounds.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
But those fish are 1.5 pounds. That
they
one,
are.
especially the one closest to him. Looks like the yellow one is.
The yellow Coltac definitely is a little guy.
The little guy.
Yeah, those probably are 1.5 pounds. I feel like most time those would go. Yeah, I feel like most time those would go in as about 13 ounces for me.
Yeah, I usually just say one pound even.
Yeah.
The one thing I've noticed with Jay there, and this is something I'm that's not a standard size measuring board. Are they making them shorter these days, just so when you have these shorter or these smaller link limits that, I mean, you couldn't use that at Lake Fork.
No.
So on the nitros, I believe they come standard with a 15-inch ruler.
Yep.
So that's just what they do, and they have it back there by the live wells. Some boats have 8. My boat has an 18, the Phoenix.
Yeah. Mine is 18 as well.
Mine's 18 as well.
Yeah.
That's why I've seen that shorter one several times. It's kind of interesting. Not a bad deal. It makes it a lot easier. You just,
For sure. A lot of places in the country is just largemouth and spotted bass, so there's no smallmouth regulations to have to check 18 inches.
So now we're with Robinson, and we've seen it a few times, but not much. The wind is blowing, but these guys are definitely getting out of it.
Yep. Yeah, there's enough creeks and pockets, and the banks here are fairly steep. I mean, you can see in the background of Matt there, those banks are very tall, almost mountain-like banks. So they do a pretty good job of blocking the wind. This lake doesn't get really high, or it's not right now. So even though the wind's blowing and it's probably really rough in certain areas, they could definitely get away from it, make it very fishable today. May not be exactly where they want to fish, but they could definitely get away from the wind.
So we've seen Matt throwing these big swim baits, you know, and Garrett, you especially with Pickwick. This place is a lot like Pickwick. It's got some of the same characteristics. How would you, on a day like this, would you be out there whacking that big?
Matt definitely has a little more confidence in that big style bait than I have, and just due to him having more success on it. He catches a lot of big fish on that thing. There's a lot of big fish in Grand. They eat a lot of big bait, and if there was ever a day for him to only catch 5 big ones, today is definitely the day to do it for sure. He's not worried about points or making a 50 cut or making points to make the Classic. He's here on the last day. Might as well chunk that big swim bait around and try to get 5 big ones.
For sure. Like they say, if you ain't first, you're last.
Yeah.
And that's what you do at the Classic.
I mean, we saw the one he caught yesterday on his first cast on that thing. If he could connect with 5 like that, he'd be sitting pretty good and make a run at things for sure. Yeah, but Matt does that same thing at home on Kentucky and Pickwick. Throws that big swim bait and has a lot of success with it.
I like what he's doing.
Feels right to you?
Feels right to me.
Yeah.
This is what I would be doing.
Really?
If he's in 19th. If I was in 19th, yeah, I would lock a big swim bait in my hand and hunt for 5 big ones.
You know, I really thought leading into this tournament, I mean, we know we saw Lee's doing some of it, but I thought we'd see more guys in that top 10 doing a lot of shallow cranking. I thought that was going to play a little bigger role than it has. I don't know if it's due to the water not being as dirty as it normally is here. But we are seeing a lot more of that offshore, small, isolated structure cover play. I just really thought that shallow cranking would be the primary deal this week.
And it, don't get it wrong, it did play a big factor the first 2 days. A lot of guys, but not with the leaders.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
There was definitely a lot of guys that had the same school of thought that you had. We saw a lot of square billing.
Yep. That normally takes dirty water, sunshine, and a light wind, and definitely not today's conditions as of right now.
I was just wondering if we'll see any sun today. I kind of got a feeling we won't.
Yep.
And sun is such an important ingredient this time of year. We used to run from it. But they are sunfish.
They are.
For sure. I believe Matt's seeing them coming out of these little rock veins and stuff. I think he was
eyeballing one.
He was eyeballing one a minute ago that wouldn't eat it.
I believe I make a good hair jig out of Matt's ponytail.
Yeah,
what do you think?
for
Yeah.
sure.
Throw a jig head on that thing and a few wraps of super glue.
I'll tell you, on Pickwick, that'd work real good.
Yeah, for sure.
The on-'em hair jig.
Yeah. Make 2 exclusive baits.
So you say that, it reminds me of some of the old school stuff. Matt's got a mane. I think Swindle called it glorious. Samson, and they're like, maybe they need to cut his hair to trim him back. But so when you said the hair jig thing, it reminded me of Cotton Cordell. Everybody in the fishing world knows the name Cotton Cordell, and he was a fantastic mentor for me and great friend. Miss him all the time now, but he would tell me stories of when he started his bait company. His first baits were hair jigs, and back then the deer weren't nearly as prevalent as they are now, and he had an English setter. Yeah, he would tell me he had the baldest English setter because he would cut the hair for his hair jigs off that English setter.
Yep.
You know,
that's pretty neat.
Yeah,
it is.
I'll tell you what, and Rob, you live close to Card, and I'm sure y'all talk a good bit, but man, he has a knack, or just something about day twos of every tournament. I feel like he has a really strong day two, and man, he had a big day yesterday. Put himself in a position to do, have a chance to win this week for sure.
And a lot of that goes to back to you find so much in practice, and you want to hit it all on day one just to see what's the best, and then you kind of figure out what the deal is going to be. Especially
just dialing in.
He dials it in and gets back out there and really milks more of his more producing areas, and he's probably just stayed in one or two places and caught some big ones. Card definitely, I feel like, with this shallow cranking, this is what he grew up doing, fishing these rock transitions and behind boat docks at Norris Lake and Fort Loudon. So he definitely feels at home right now.
So for you two, and I kind of know this answers, but I'm going to see what your answer is. How key are these places where he is right now? Have y'all fished this lake?
I've been here twice. There's definitely more productive areas than the others for sure, but like Rob said, you could tell on the right side of Card's boat, it's more of a steeper rocky bank, and on the left it kind of flattens out in the mouth of a couple pockets. There's a bridge there, funnels a lot of wind and water moving and fish coming in to spawn. So those transitions, as Rob said, and being right there at the mouth of that little inlet where that bridge opens up, it's a lot of fish traveling through that area.
Yeah, see, this cast, right, that, you better watch out. He might get a bite right here, because it goes from real steep, it looks like at least, to where it flattens out, and usually in that transition toward steep to flat is prime time to catch one on a crankbait.
Because on places like on Grand, there's not a
rock change.
Yep, there's a rock change. There's not a whole lot of, solid breaks out there. So that flat point has, I'm going to say, kind of a ledge on it. So you got deep water nearby and that flat area. So fish
into the BOK Center, and this is going to be an absolute. Hey guys, welcome into the BOK Center, and this is going to be an absolute coliseum of craziness. Everybody sees this. They see the confetti, they see the trophy hoist, they see the victory lap. But what they don't see is what happens afterwards. After you hoist the most coveted trophy in professional bass fishing, not only does your life change, but the way you live changes. Follow me. A winner's lounge for a world champion. Welcome to your decompression lounge. This is where you're supposed to sit down, relax with your loved ones for just a few minutes and kind of absorb what just happened. The confetti is still falling, and you're back here realizing that you are now the new world champion of professional bass fishing. But you don't get to stay here long, because next up, decompression over. Welcome to your press conference, where you are greeted by the who's who of fishing media. They all want to talk to you. You're the Bassmaster Classic champion, and it doesn't end here. It happens day after day, week after week, for the next 365 days, until you try to win it again.
Well, we've seen him take about 5 different angles on that flattened point, what we think is a flattened point. Which gives you a fairly good idea that is what is happening, just like what you were describing. And at some point in time, he's hoping to run across that guy. But he also he's got to be. He's got too many screens to not have that scope running.
Yep.
So even if he can't see something up there, you know, he's still making that blind cast, which is what we've done our whole lives up until live scope, or the scope came around anyway.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely got it on. I can see in the background, but he's probably just using it more for more like a 2D and just seeing if there's any piece of wood off the bank a little that he wouldn't see without it. You know, that's the biggest key with it. If you're fishing shallow cranking like that, you might see a rock that's bigger than all the rest of them, or a little stick off the bank, and just that one, if that just a little subtlety off the bank you see with your live scope, making a cast to it, could get you an extra bite and possibly win you the Classic.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a great reference tool. Even though he's not using it to catch his fish, he's seeing how far that point comes out, seeing how far that break is. I'm sure he's got a depth zone, you know, in his mind of where he wants his bait to be most of the time, and that's
and where he wants his boat to sit.
Yep, for sure.
Has an angle the way the bank's coming off, sloping off the bank that he likes to look for. So
you two guys are good at the standard scoping, and there's a lot of things that we don't understand about it. That, for you know, the older we get, do you make casts to cover that you don't see a fish in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
I mean,
especially up shallow like this, it doesn't really show you fish in less than 2 foot of water. So it's just kind of a reference tool to see structure off a little bit to cast at.
Yep. There's so many times that a piece of cover will block your view, and a fish could be sitting on the backside of it. So you got to make a cast at every small little piece of cover, especially when you're in shallow water.
At this time of year.
Yes, absolutely. Over at Taku.
Yeah.
Clay Adams caught another pretty good fish, 2.5 pounder. Moved up to second.
Hamner caught another. He caught a 310, biggest one of the day.
Yep.
He's got a 6.5 pound lead over second now.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a big fish for him.
With just 3 fish. Taku have any today?
He has a big fish for Justin.
For sure.
So, tell me a little bit. I mean, my guess is he's doing just like what we've done in the past with brush piles out on the end of the docks. Is that what you assume he's?
For sure. I would say he's fishing some sort. He might be fishing bait balls, actually. See him blowing up in the background?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he even sees them.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah. That's a pretty good sized bait there, too. Big jerk bait. But, yeah, like, you know, he's fishing just out from those docks, and there's fish that live underneath those things all year.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
This is it, the start of the ultimate day in the ultimate tournament in the sport of bass fishing. This is the Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic. Live coverage sponsored by Toyota. This is, of course, the ultimate because it is the World Championship, and 25 anglers are left in this competition. Scenes from the takeoff earlier this morning at the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, Grove, Oklahoma, and Wolf Creek State Park, and 25 anglers who know that their life potentially could change in a huge way. Their career could be made, their place in history secured by a win at the Bassmaster Classic. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height and Mark Zona. The amount of butterflies these guys are feeling right now is immense because it's so hard to get here, and you only get so many shots at it in your lifetime.
Yeah, you really only get a few shots if you're a great angler to come here and have a chance to compete for the World Championship in our sport. And what a day. We have had a lot of change in weather, a lot of change in fishing conditions. We've had a variety of fishing conditions here this week, and it has been absolutely wonderful. Why not end up this day with 40 to 45 mile an hour winds?
Exactly. I think that's the biggest story right now, and there's a lot of anglers in our top 10 that have never been in this position. The dream is within reach right now, but you are going to have to conquer a monster, and that monster is right there, Grand Lake of the Cherokees.
That's right. Our leader, Justin Hamner, has the hold on the lead. Robbie Floyd is with him right now at takeoff.
Get loud for Justin Hamner. His very first class.
Justin, this crowd's out here to see you. And last night, when we were talking to you after the weigh-in, you said you were going to sleep like a baby, but your competition wasn't because of what you did the first 2 days. Did you sleep?
I slept so good. Gosh. I don't know why, but I have not had those crazy nerves and jitters and all that stuff. I've just been relaxed. I don't know. Everything just felt right. We got one more day to do it, but I'm ready.
Your mental clock's ticking right now. You've got 8 hours to prove yourself. You know how tough it is on the final day of the Classic. You've seen the past few years. Do you go back with the one that brung you? Do you dance with the one that brung you, or do you try something different on this third and final day?
Absolutely. I got to do what, got me here. It is my most confident bait, throwing that jerkbait around. I might have to change locations, change what I'm targeting. I got to let the fish tell me. That's my biggest thing been all week, is just going with the flow, but I'm keeping that jerkbait in my hand because I know I can make it happen with it.
Weight-wise, I always ask the guy as he goes out on that last day, is there a number that you feel like you need to have or want to have today?
Absolutely. 20 pounds. 20 pounds.
You need 20.
Won't be comfortable without 20. Still won't be comfortable with 20, but let's just try to do like 25. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
That would be good. And it's possible here on Grand Lake. There's 30-pound bags out there, and that's also what the other guys are thinking, that they could charge hard. But think about it. This is a University of Alabama fan right here. Nick Saban retires, the legend of the Crimson Tide. Will we have another Crimson Tide legend today win the Bassmaster Classic? The man who mowed the yards of the University of Alabama could be the best bass fisherman in the world. Hit me one time.
Roll Tide.
It's Hamner time.
Absolutely roll tide. Justin Hamner starting the day with a big advantage, over 5 pounds, closer to 6 pounds. But the other part of the story is this is the Classic. This is the final day. We have seen big swings, big changes of fortune happen out there.
Yeah, we definitely have, and we've seen the weather go from slick calm the first day to the winds blowing as much as they are today, conditions changing, the water temperature rising during practice for these anglers. Grand Lake has been such a good fishery for the Bassmaster Classics in the past. We've seen jerk baits a lot like Justin Hamner has thrown. We've seen spinner baits, jigs, a lot of variety here this week. Today will be very interesting. A lot of people chasing. It seems like too big a deficit to make up, but we've seen it happen. If you look at those numbers there, we've seen it happen here before. A 28, 29 pounds stringer, and if Justin Hamner stumbles just a little bit, we could see somebody take the top spot.
Yeah, he's definitely still going to have to catch him today, but 5.5 pound lead, that's a very solid lead, but it's also a lead that we have seen in Bassmaster Classics past disappear on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely, Justin Hamner. That's our updated statistics right now, unofficial scores. These anglers have been fishing now for the better part of 2 hours. And welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, the remote edition of the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. The man with the classic ring on there is Davey High, former classic champ, and a man who's bringing bass fishing to the world for 20 years. And in that seat for 20 years, Mark Zona. And guys, which story stands out as the biggest one right now? What has the potential to happen here early on?
I truly think the weather, the wind is going to get brutal today. It's a little bit warmer, even though I look like Randy from the Christmas Story. I'm layered up a lot better today than I was yesterday, Tommy, but I want you to look at your leader, Justin Hamner, that was just with Robbie Floyd, and after the weigh-in on day 2, every time Justin Hamner catches a bass, he says roll tide, and I made the comment to him after the weigh-in. I said, did you go to the University of Alabama? And he looked at me. He said, no. He said, I mowed the lawn there for 6 years, and it really put things into perspective. It was an unbelievable moment. He's a good dude. He's a great fisherman, and so far he has been flawless this week. The problem is He has about 15 absolute snipers behind him in this tournament.
Yeah, he really does, and you can't help but pull for Justin Hamner, knowing his background, knowing his story, that just up until about a year ago, he was mowing lawns to try to support his passion as a professional bass angler. But just in the last year or so, he's been able to quit that and just focus on fishing. And if you look at his numbers, if you look at the tournaments he has fished since he laid down the lawnmower and the weed eater, so to speak, he has been very, very consistent. And the thing that really helps him here today, it's been with a jerkbait and forward-facing sonar. That's what he feels comfortable with, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
And I really think that's the other part of the story. If you watched the Bassmaster Elite Series on FS1, the last 2 tournaments have been dominated with technology, forward-facing sonar, and not a lot of diversity. That is not the case in this tournament. There has been a lot of diversity. Guys just getting up shallow, what we call old school fishing. So it's kind of a little bit of technology against the way bass fishing has always been on this final day. That's what you want, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely. That's the setup in this day and age. And we've been fishing, as I just mentioned, since 7:15 local time, 8:15 Eastern. They've been out there for a while. So let's take ourselves out onto the water. Grand Lake of the Cherokees for the 3rd time. A classic venue. Get with our leader, Justin Hamner.
Boy, you would not think there's 30-mile-per-hour winds. He has found, and that's the great thing, there is protection to be had on Grand Lake of the Cherokees.
Will be needed at some point today.
Get up in here. Just get on up in here. Let's go. Let's go. There's a few more in there. What is, you're like a broke back. That must be a live scope fish. That broke back staring down all the time. That's how all of us are going to look in about 15 years. $2-pounder.
That's fish number 4. That means he's 1 more left to make a limit of 5. You can bring 5 to the weigh-in stand, upgrade along the way. As long as you keep 5 in that live well, he's been fishing, as we say, for a better part of 2 hours. Here's what we've seen so far from Justin Hamner. He's on track so far.
He really is. He's actually ahead of the pace that he was on yesterday. He had to make an adjustment, and you see here this morning, he's fishing these banks that are more tapered. They don't have as much slope to them. Day 1, that was a key for him. These deep pockets that had a lot of contour, deep water in the center, a lot of bait in those areas. He switched up yesterday about midday, went to these flatter banks, and they're working for him today.
Yes, sir. If you really kind of look at his rotation on Grand Lake yesterday, a little bit slow in the morning, caught a lot of bass. The quality was not there for Hamner. Getting on these flatter areas, the areas near Horse Creek, so many of your leaders, and one of the biggest keys is all the brush piles in this lake. Submerged brush, and the one common theme in there around Horse Creek, basically 3 to 7 feet of water has been the key.
A little rock pile right there.
Brush, rocks, wood. Important targets here at Grand Lake.
I have to put a little bait over that. Felt like one of those like paper bag kind of deals. It's like, am I hung? And then it just kind of gave a little nudge.
That last one's going to increase Justin Hamner's lead, which before he caught it was 7 pounds, 4 ounces. He is absolutely on track to realize his dream, but he's got a lot of obstacles to maneuver around before he gets there. A lot of time to fish. Here's Wisconsin's Adam Rasmussen.
Stay on. Woo! Number one. Let's go. There's like 6 of them on that pile too. He was not coming off.
Adam Rasmussen mixing it up between a spinnerbait and a jig. This morning looks like the jig is the choice for him.
And really said he needs to make the most of his morning the first 2 days of this tournament. Very slow.
That's how you want to start the final day.
Very slow in the morning for Rasmussen. Big afternoon, so he is a little bit ahead of pace right now.
Let's take it out to a man who has already won the World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Not once, but twice. Did it in 20 and 21.
Almost did it here in 2013.
And yes, absolutely. He started his career by missing the fish that would have won him the tournament. What a story. Hank Cherry of North Carolina, veteran, the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he is a man who gets up for the big events.
Looks like we had a little Saturday night bonfire out there.
Yeah.
Still burning.
Might feel good.
A little bit, exactly. Bladed jig and a 3/8 ounce Davis jig with a Bass Mooch trailer for Hank Cherry so far this week.
Thinking maybe this pocket has been destroyed. Well, we had some good bites in there the first day. Hadn't had one since, but we know it's had more pressure than anywhere I've fished. So. But it's still a timing thing.
We talk about Hank and his quest to become a rare entity in the world of bass fishing. Someone who has won 3 Bassmaster Classics. He won his first one back in 2020 on Lake Guntersville on the Tennessee River.
And here's the bizarre thing. He applied a jerkbait almost that entire tournament on Lake Guntersville. Absolutely flawless display on one of the biggest community holes on that lake. Browns Creek Bridge on Lake Guntersville. From there, went to Texas, applied a jerkbait again. The weird thing, we're yet to see that. The bait that is leading this tournament with Hank Cherry so far.
It's in his arsenal, though. He claims it could happen. It could happen.
I think we'll see it by the end of the day. Both of those classics he won, though, he did start out with a jig and a bladed jig a little, but each morning, and then he used a jerkbait in the afternoon. So maybe he's going to fish them all day, day 1 and 2, most of the day, day 3, and then break it out this afternoon.
Wins 2 Bassmaster Classics, shooting for a 3rd, almost a 4th, has not won an Elite Series event, won an All-Star. The dude wins big tournament. I guess if you're going to win tournaments, Tommy, it would be this
That's
one.
the best choice, is the Classic, the World Championship. Would certainly change the life of Justin Hamner, for sure, or any one of the top 10 there. Hamner now extending his lead now. Shakurit, Rasmussen, and Cherry. And California's Bryant Smith among our top 5. We've got plenty more fishing on the way.
Here we are at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. We're in the outdoor tailgate right there by the Bassmaster Live booth. I've got my guy Nick and his daughter Adriel. Guys, Bassmaster Classic is a place where everyone comes together. Where are you guys from, and how many classics you've been to in person?
Oh, absolutely, it is. We're from Ohio, and this is the 2nd classic. Went to Knoxville the first time, and it's addictive. I mean, you get everybody here under the same roof for the same passion. The chasing little green fish is what it's all about, and getting everybody together. Ain't that right?
That's absolutely awesome. I remember coming to classics when I was just a little kid and having that fire for fishing burn inside me. What was your earliest, Bassmaster Classic or Bassmaster memory that you saw on TV probably, and you're like, man, this is the sport I love?
I think it was early on in the late 90s, or not late 90s, early 2000s. I started fishing and started watching Bassmaster. Probably late 2000s, I would say. I can remember Chris Lane fishing up there in the Detroit River and breaking a motor mount, I think. I think that was one of my fondest memories I had, watching them up St. Clair whenever the Northern Swing started.
That's fantastic. I don't know if we're going to have any events on the Ohio River up in your neck of the woods, but we've had some classics there in the past. Larry Nixon loves that place. Man, you can take your little one and fish for catfish, fish for species in the pond. You've got Super Retriever Series. We got some barbecue and Mountain Dew. I mean, that's my kind of lunch and dinner. And also, Bass Pro Shops has a big old blow-up slide. You've got all kinds of other activities, prizes to win. This is a great place if you're a fishing fan. You keep up with the action. You can meet anyone in the industry you want, and then you can have a great time with your family as well. So come out to the outdoor tailgate Sunday. It's going to be great. We're going to watch somebody win the Classic right there in the BOK Center, and before you go in for the weigh-in, you can hang out in the outdoor tailgate.
Ronnie Moore, absolute pro at that slide. He's been working on that for years. He threw some kids out of the way to get down it. That was a funny thing about that.
Did I hear that the dude that Ronnie was talking to say his favorite moment was somebody breaking a motor mount on Lake Erie or Lake St. Clair?
There you go. See?
That is not a favorite time, man.
No, it's not. But the Classic is the big gathering point, the meetup place for this whole culture of the outdoors and bass fishing. And here at the BOK Center in Tulsa, and of course we got the tailgate party, the Bass Pro Shops tailgate party, driven by Yokohama in the background. It's a little early for everyone to get going here. It's a little chilly. It's a Sunday morning.
I noticed the tailgate is a lot like the weather with the bass out at Grand Lake. When it warms up, things start to move around a little bit.
Let's get back out on the lake. Our fishing now into its almost its third hour, just as of right now. Jay Shakurit of Wisconsin had a good start to the day, put 2 in the boat early. It has over 10 pounds as it stands now.
What the heck? Look at that spot. Oh, he woke up. He didn't fight the whole time. I figured I had a catfish or something. It's like a 2.5 month spot.
Jay Shakurit, former Rookie of the Year on the Bassmaster Elite Series when he came out here. First angler to ever catch over 100 pounds of smallmouth in a Bassmaster tournament.
Which is pretty impressive.
Very impressive. That is like tremendous. And this was some of the action early. He had our fastest start of all in the first 30 minutes.
He certainly did. The first day, the first morning, he really got it going. We had a camera in the area. Thank goodness Robbie Floyd was there to see Jay Shakurit get started. Really shouldn't be a big surprise to see him in the position he's in right now. Last year in Knoxville, the Bassmaster Classic, he was basically in the exact same position, just quietly right up there in the top 3.
Yeah, the one thing that we've learned about Jay Shakurit, even though he is from Wisconsin, I think it's fair to say, is this the first Bassmaster Classic we have 2 anglers from Wisconsin in the top 5 on Championship Sunday? Said me never.
Yeah.
Good morning for Jay Shakurit. Most of his damage all week long with the suspending jerkbait, just like your leader, Justin Hamner. From there, we're going to get out with the man, Taku Ito, who has said he is on a school of over 100 bass.
Taku Ito, another angler with a slow start, much like Brandon Card on day one, kind of got himself behind the 8-ball, and it really made a big charge yesterday. He said a lot of the fish that were offshore and that were mixed in with all the threadfin shad and the carp, striped bass, white bass, it was just too many to throw at and distinguish which ones you needed to try to target. They have now moved closer to shore, and he's been able to catch him using his forward-facing sonar a lot better.
Right, and really the first two Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments, Toledo Bend and Lake Fork, dominated with this technology that you're seeing some of our anglers use today, but it was not a layup in this tournament, because some of the best with that technology were literally in the bottom 15 of this event. It was more of a hodgepodge. There was several anglers in the top 20 fishing very, very shallow, and then several anglers applying forward-facing sonar.
Kyle Patrick's making a move. He just filled his limit, came from 11th place. He's in 4th place right now with 12 pounds.
Caught a giant yesterday, did Kyle Patrick.
Taku with another fish here. He said he caught 35 bass yesterday, and he's certainly getting it done this morning.
He was the numbers man. Taku in his 5th year of fishing here in the United States, his 4th classic. His best finish ever was Lake Hartwell, 22. Where he could do a lot of this same thing.
Started the day 9th. He fell to 18th before these fish.
Taku really likes Grand Lake. Pretty much
nice
it's
one. Oh yes, she eats a pizza too. It's fat, yeah, got it. Pizza berry, yes.
pretty much rocks, docks, and submerged wood. No grass, and that's why Taku said he loves this lake, does not like lakes that have grass.
No, or shallow fishing.
Yes,
doesn't
does
like
not
either
like
one.
that.
Back out to Adam Rasmussen, again, one of our 2 Wisconsin anglers, both of them kind of centered around Sturgeon Bay up there where it's very cold today.
Better than average fish here for Adam.
We're supposed to get 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, and I asked Adam if he was bothered by that. He said, I am from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, not a problem.
Yeah.
Number 2.
That fish on a spinnerbait.
Yeah.
Done most of his damage this week on that spinnerbait. 1/2 ounce, single Colorado blade.
We're learning stuff. That was just, there's a, I've never spent any time on this point.
Adam Rasmussen with walleye background, been fishing the opens though for a long time, and right now he brings us our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Adam Rasmussen. We're just weighing in on day 2 at the Bassmaster Classic here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm kind of mixing up between a spinnerbait and a jig, but I've had most of my bites this week on a 1/2 or 3/4 ounce jig with a crushed city craw on the back of it. Fishing, like smaller chunk rock points, secondary points, places that these fish are staging on. So like fishing that 4 to 8 foot of water, and chunk rock points and brush piles. The more brush on the point, the better. And that's kind of been the key for me this week so far.
Your Bass Pro Shop's top lures. And that is a look from way up over the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, looking down on the scene where our leader, Justin Hamner, is fishing. Got a small flotilla. That was a quote from him yesterday. I've never had a flotilla before.
Oh, he's about to see a big flotilla.
It's going to grow through the course of the day if he keeps on the track he's on right now. Justin Hamner on top. Big margin of a lead over Jay Shakurin and Adam Rasmussen. Kyle Patrick jumping up there into 4th place. We've got more to come from Grand Lake of the Cherokees. The Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. into our third day of fishing on this, the most important day of fishing in tournament bass fishing. This is the World Championship. We've got 25 anglers who have qualified from the original field of 56 who started 2 days ago here. This is day 3 championship Sunday. Someone is going to hold that fabled trophy up at the end of the day. Could it be a Canadian for the second time in 2 years? Cooper Gallant would like for it to be. Cooper from Bowmanville, Ontario. His third year fishing here in the U.S. Bassmaster Elite Series.
Come in here.
Good keeper fish right there for Cooper Gallant. A lot of his damage yesterday with the jig, very shallow. 1 to 7 foot of water at Horse Creek.
Crankbait. Come here, buddy. Switched it up a little. I'm just cranking little rock points. Shallow rock. Not a bad one. They're not winners, but that's number 2. I'm just expanding on the area I was fishing. Come up shallow, there's a couple rock points that come out way off the bank here in like 1 to 2 feet of water. I'm just gonna keep the trolling motor down, just keep looking around, keep fishing. Because I know there's good ones in the area, so I'm just trying to expand on it. Rather than run around and run areas I don't even know have a good population of big ones. I lost one.
Cooper fishing his way back into the top 10 after having fallen out momentarily here during the course of the morning. Back to our leaders, though, Justin Hamner with the, 8+ pound lead over Jay Shakurit.
Davey, I throw it to you right now.
Fishing those brush piles and stuff. I'm about to go hit some more. I actually got marked.
You got to practice on the official practice day with one of the biggest favorites in this tournament, being dominated in Horse Creek, okay? Jason Christie had a Kafka-esque first day of this tournament, fair to say?
Yeah. This is like
and he predicted to you half of the top 10 would come out of this creek.
Right off the main creek channel.
Yeah.
Swings right up to it.
You have to ask yourself, if you know half of the top 10's going to be in Horse Creek, and you know Horse Creek better than anyone in this event, why don't you stay in there? It's the old local knowledge can bite you. You try to overthink things. These anglers, most of them are in there just because in their 3 days of practice, Justin Hamner had never been here until his 3 days of practice a week ago. And he found an area that's got fish, and that's where he's spending his time. Jason Christie's thinking about trying to find something, off the path, so to speak, off the grid, and that will bite you when you have a lot of knowledge about the fishery.
And it's not a secret that creek, it's been dominant in years past, in classics past that we have covered. Kind of dial in. You've been in there. You have fished in there. What makes it so good this time of year?
So it's different because you look at all the creeks on this lake, and they set up and they look like creeks. This looks like a big bay, and there's a lot of shallow water. It's its own lake. It's its own lake, so to speak, and a lot of shallow water. You can have a lot of water in an area like the area that Justin Hamner caught his fish the first day, but you really don't have a lot of habitat there for the fish to spawn in and to raise in, and for the fry to raise in like you do in this Horse Creek area. Here's the thing that I've thought about a lot this week, and we haven't talked about it yet. The islands that these anglers are fishing around, typically this time of year, between now and about the end of April, those islands are flooded. And it's willow trees, it's buckbrush, it's great habitat. That's the old normal water level for the spring on this lake. Now it's lower than that. I think a lot of these fish were born in those willows, and they're trying to go back. They just live in that area.
Let's take a little trip right now here. Jason Christie is a big factor in this tournament every time we've been here because he's mostly been the favorite all of those times. We're going to go take a look at what happened to him in 2016. Came in like he did in 2013 as the favorite. Got past the first 2 days. built up a 6-pound lead over the rest of the field to start the final day. That is huge.
When we were literally ready to hand Jason Christie the trophy, solid 6.5-pound lead, and that's why we said crazy things happen on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic. Things are going good for Jason Christie, but what he does not know, another angler absolutely throttled them early on the final day.
Yes, Edwin Evers has gone into a place he'd been watching in the Elk River, which finally became just right and just wrecked him. And then Jason Christie has an encounter with a fan on the bank.
Edwin.
Huh?
You got 25.
Edwin?
25.
It's got to be true because we ain't got that many boats. If he had 25, he went 4 down. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to talk myself into nothing. No, I ain't gonna look. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Oh, that kind of news,
Tommy,
on the day you're going to win the championship can set things off course.
Have covered a lot of Bassmaster Classics together, all of us. That was a really bizarre moment in the history of the Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, Jason does not have fond memories of that, but Jason Christie is back in it again. He had, for his standards, days 1 and 2 were not up to his standards. I'll just put it that way. But right now, our own Robbie Floyd has caught up with Jason Christie. And Robbie, what have you got to report?
Well, he's a guy that's outside the top 10. I had to go find the guy that could be the heaviest hitter, and it has to be Jason Christie. Unfortunately, you got to see what happened to him the last time, and he mentioned that to me. He said, I know it can happen on this lake because it happened to me on this lake. And he said he's caught 35-pound bags here twice, but unfortunately today he needs that 35-pound bag for the 3rd time if he's going to win the Bassmaster Classic. But he's given it everything he's got. He's got just a couple of spectators. He was all alone for quite a while. He has one fish about 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds, but the conditions just aren't right. And he said one thing just a moment ago. He's like, the weatherman lied to us. It's not as windy as I thought it would be this morning. Although it is windy, it wasn't the crazy wind that he was expecting. But the fish have just not set up just yet. The sun has come out within the past 5 or 10 minutes, and I think when things start heating up, these docks start heating up, these rocks start heating up, Jason Christie too will start heating up.
Robbie, in all honesty, what was the #1 factor with the first day with Jason Christie? I know you talked to him a lot the last day. Was it the lack of wind that really hurt him?
When are we talking about, on that last day when we were in?
No, on day 1 this
week.
On day 1 this week.
I didn't. I talked to him for a bit. I was more down on the bottom end of that. I think, I don't know. I don't even want to put it through his mind. And I don't want to ask him right now. I wish I could tell you the truth.
So, Robbie, you've covered a lot of these classics through the years, and you've seen it all. A lot of times, fishermen want to avoid the wind to get away from these rough conditions. Tell us about what Jason's doing. He's getting right in the most wind he can be in on these points. Tell us about how that different mindset is playing for him this morning.
Well, you'd have to hunt hard to get out of the wind totally. But this is everything he wants. He wants these windy points, but he hasn't hit the windiest point. He's went around the other side because it's still getting wind. So he has those conditions. He just really hadn't had the heat and everything to try and draw him to one central location. The one fish he did catch was in a dock, and it was up under the dock. I said, was it more on the outside? He said, no, it was up in there. So he's hitting those docks, he's hitting those rocks, and he's hopping around a bunch. I mean, he's probably spending less than 2 or 3 minutes in a certain area, and he hops up and goes to the next spot. And we stayed north. We're not far from takeoff, just probably about 1 mile or 2. So I think he's kind of committed to this area. He knows it's a strong area, and he's just going to hop spot to spot to spot, and hopefully he gets some 5 and 6 pounders today.
Okay, Robbie, thank you very much.
As far as the wind, I do think you were right. I think that first day.
Yeah, Robbie will be back on. If he starts popping, Robbie will be on him again.
Did I hear Robbie say that Jason Christie actually wanted more wind?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
I guess what he was talking about, he knows this place so well, it gives him an advantage.
Absolutely.
These other guys can't get around like that. I don't blame him for wanting more wind. The weatherman let him down. That was the way Robbie put it. This is Justin Handler, our leader, as he took the 2nd day lead. at the weigh-in yesterday. The weigh-in is coming later today, but we're a long ways from there. The BOK Center will be lit up and loud. You can count on that. And that fella right there wants to stand at the end of it all with the trophy. We'll be right back to Tulsa, Oklahoma for more of the Bassmaster Classic. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is well underway. In fact, we're at the ultimate day of the Classic. A live coverage brought to you by Toyota. And this is Championship Sunday. That is the leader in the background there, taken away from his last spot. The gallery following him. He's got himself a flotilla, as he said, for the first time in his life, and rightfully so. It's a very, very important day for that young man, for anyone who would plan on winning this ultimate championship and hoisting that trophy.
Tommy, we're talking about Justin Hamner, that guy, our day 1 and day 2 leader, trying to go wire to wire. We saw that last year in 2023 for Jeff Gustafson. We saw Jason Christie in 2022 have a share of the lead almost all 3 days. I think he was tied on day 2 and was down in the top 10 in day 1. But when we think about Grand Lake, the opportunity to make a comeback, this is a place where you can get a big lead. We've seen that in a lot of these tournaments, win by 5 or 6 pounds. Going into the final day, we talk about Jason Christie, 2016, having that bigger lead. We talk about Cliff Pace having a pretty significant lead as well in 2013. He won the Classic, but he only had 4 fish on the final day for 11 pounds, gave a lot of ground back to the field. When we look at those 3 tournaments, the 2013 Classic, 2016, and this year's Classic through 2 days, these are the biggest single-day bags of anyone that we've seen. We had a 21-12 bag on day 2 for Cliff Pace, who won the Bassmaster Classic. We had a 29-3 bag on the final day for Edwin Evers, who won that 2016 Classic. And on day 1, Justin Hamner's 22-6 is still the biggest bag of the tournament. To put it in perspective for people at home, yes, we've seen 29-pound bags. That's a big variance here. But for Justin Hamner, if he gets to that 22 range, that's going to mean someone's going to have to catch one of the biggest bags we've ever seen in a Bassmaster Classic. But with that 5 to 6 pound lead, he can still afford to catch 18, maybe 19 pounds, have his worst day of the week, and force someone to still catch the biggest bag of the tournament. That's the goal. If you're the leader, you want to get beat, which means they're going to have to catch something bigger than this we've seen all week.
Absolutely, Ronnie. That's the way the math works out here today, and he has laid the foundation for the victory. Let's not kid around about that. He has done the work.
Absolutely, Tommy. And one good thing, he's dominated pretty much with one bullet all week long. A suspending jerkbait, and this is one of the most popular suspending jerkbaits pretty much in the entire industry. And what does that mean? What does a suspending jerkbait mean? When you see him twitch his rod tip, that bait stops and it stays. And 2 big keys with this jerkbait: he changes the hooks to a little bit beefier, a heavier hook, and it actually lets that bait slow sink. And the other thing, if you look at the bill of this jerkbait, and this is probably the biggest key on this bait, Justin Hamner said the great thing is I'm concentrating on brush piles, submerged timber, and he said this bait, this exact jerkbait right here, will come through that wood a lot better. And if you really watched a lot of his fish catches throughout the week, they have had it absolutely T-boned. And when you see those fish, when they have a bait T-boned, you know you are absolutely throwing the right lure. Let's go.
Good job. Let's go with that. I like that. I was transfixed by that.
Thank you. There was a gust of wind, and one of those big heads that people almost hammered you, Tommy Sanders.
It was a close one. We're going to keep our eye on those things. Let's take you out on the water. Introduce you to someone we haven't had a chance to look in on today. Kyle Patrick of Cooperstown, New York. First trip to the Bassmaster Classic, doing terrific here. Caught a giant fish on day number 1. Talking about what has got him here, and wow, he's charged up about it.
My favorite part of the Classic so far is the friends and family from all walks of life, right? Like college soccer friends, everyone's just gathered together and, you know, just celebrated basically. You know, it's a really hard, you know, it's an incredible achievement to make it to the Bassmaster Classic in and of itself. So, you know, they've been partying it up. I've been making long drives and grinding, but you know, it's special to see that. You know, my buddy Nick Wigglesworth, you know, from Hobart Soccer to, you know, 70-year-old Jim O'Brien who taught me how to bass fish back when I was, you know, 9 years old. It's a cool thing.
You talk to Kyle Patrick, and you are literally talking to a guy who is every minute of the day living the dream. He fished the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, won the tournament on the Lake of the Ozarks to gain access to the Classic here, to get entry into the Classic, and to solidify his points position to make it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's having a great season.
A little nugget on Kyle Patrick was a marshal of mine. About 7-8 years ago, he said, my dream is to be a professional bass fisherman and make it to the Bassmaster Classic. He has realized that dream.
He's a marshal for you. That is awesome.
Got a bit of a move from Corey Johnston. He's up to 14 pounds. Caught a second 4-pounder just a minute ago. He's in 4th place for 20th.
Look at the bait fish around Taku.
Boy, that was a great shot. If we can rack that, that shows exactly what Taku's concentrating on.
Ooh, fat berry.
Boy,
fat.
Look how that fish is built, and there is a #1 reason why. If you looked around Taku's boat right before he hooked up, you see those threadfin shad probably running for their life right there, Tommy Sanders. It is a bad day to be a threadfin shad on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. That is a great shot. Tells the entire story.
It really does. It also, that's what you want to find as an angler, but every species is out.
Yes.
After those threadfin shad, you have catfish, you have drum, you have white bass, you have hybrid bass.
And the feeding.
The big issue is being able to distinguish the largemouth, spotted bass, and even some smallmouth.
And this exact pattern and technique, what he's doing, so many anglers tried to find this on this lake.
Great point you made, Z, about so many anglers trying to find this, and you just look at this and you say, well, why couldn't they? A lot of anglers like Cody Huff gave up on it because there were too many, he called trash fish mixed in.
Drum, catfish.
Yeah, 2/4.
Something you really don't see that on a lot of other lakes around here. You go to a Table Rock, you go to a Bull Shoals, you don't see drum and catfish suspended chasing shad. That does not happen. This lake has its own environment.
It's true. It's not like those Ozark lakes. It looks like them, but it's not like them.
Cal Patrick up to 14 pounds. Caught another 3-pounders, 3 in a row after a 4-pounder. He's in 3rd place.
First look at Lee Livesey. Fantastic tournament.
Boy, play with fire with those cables right there.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's just brush.
We're kind of introduced to Lee Livesey through a circus catch.
Here he comes. Yes. That was awesome. 6 cents hybrid jig. Look at that painted up Grand Lake beauty. Sucker had me in some brush or a cable, something for a long time. What is that, 4?
Fourth keeper.
Very cool catch right
That
there.
was. That was a work of art. It takes a lot of craftiness to make that happen. Justin Hamner, though, the man still on top. Adam Rasmussen of Wisconsin right behind him. Kyle Patrick, whom we just heard from, shooting way up the leaderboard into third place. Watch out for him. Jay Shakurit, big start today. Corey Johnston, another Canadian, joining the fray. Rounding out our top 5. Hank Cherry, Bryant Smith, Huff, Johnson, and Cobb. Rounding them out, we got more to come from Grand Lake of the Cherokees in Oklahoma. Today on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to the Lone Star State as the best drivers on the planet tackle the twists and turns at COTA. The pre-race begins at 3 Eastern with engines firing at 3:30 today on Fox.
Davey, who do you have in that race?
Kyle Larson all day long.
Wow.
No
Did
way
not miss
all
a
day.
Listen,
No
man,
shot.
Martin Truex's car is right behind us.
Yeah.
It's right behind us.
Ross Chastain was at the Classic this week. Davey, he's a former winner there. Come on. Come on. I'm with my boy Ross.
Racing for later, bass fishing for now. We got great sports for you. That is the BOK Center here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, our fantastic host city, and so much of that is due to the Tulsa Sports Commission, the people there that know how to put these big events together. They're so pro. They know how to make everything seem big, have everything seem memorable, and that's what it's all about. We're writing history here. The Bassmaster Classic, the 54th edition. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. Let's get out onto the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. We're into the 3rd hour of fishing, well into the 3rd. We're crossing over into the 4th here in about 10 minutes. It goes by so fast on this day. Adam Rasmussen would like to get some more work done, but he has put in great work so far this week.
Yeah, and the one thing that we've learned about Adam Rasmussen from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, even though he doesn't fish the Elite Series, he is the real deal. If you watch his boat positioning, the way he attacks this lake, not a rookie.
Get in here. Number 3.
I've been so impressed with
They're on the brush, boys.
him adjusting every day.
They're on the
100%.
brush.
And let's not forget, I mean, he's got a 4+ pounder, he's got a 2.5, and this is his 3rd keeper. Literally the best start he's had to this tournament. His afternoons have been so great. And Z, you said he's not an Elite Series pro. If he wins today with a great afternoon, he would get a bid to the Elite Series. Any non-elite angler to win the Classic gets to join the big leagues next year.
Interesting talking to him last night. I told you this, Tommy Sanders. He has a very, personality-wise, he has a very Bill Belichick attitude.
That. You're
When he
right.
answers
You're right.
things, I'm just throwing a jig.
He's laying on an old broke down pile. Every bite I've had today has been on a pile that sticks up no more than a foot off the bottom, and you can just see him crawling around it on Mega Live.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nailed
No
it.
nonsense.
No.
Football
That
coach
seems to be
gets
the
right to the
deal
point.
right now at the moment. Hopefully it don't change.
One of the things after the day 2 weigh-in that Adam Rasmussen said was if we were talking about it, Ronnie, if he could correct his morning, he would have a shot. And he said, biggest key, don't do anything stupid. Don't spin out. Stay in control and hope that Justin Hamner slips.
And just think about it. This is his first Bassmaster Classic. On day 1 here, he basically had nothing at 11 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
8 out of 10 anglers, their first Bassmaster Classic, 0 in the live well, 11 o'clock, they spin out.
Absolutely.
Maybe 9 out of 10. He has not done that this week. He's switched up. He had to totally change what he was doing, what he thought he was going to be able to do for 3 days. Didn't last for 3 hours.
Like right there, he has been concentrating the last 2 days in brush from 3 to 7 foot of water. Thought he would catch him in deep brush, and it looks like that bite has started for him again.
And like we say, a lot of these non-elite series anglers to take a look at it, that area Adams fishing on Lowrance Bird's Eye View. When we think about some of these guys, you don't know them. You don't know their track record, their history. Maybe they were a local stick. He is one of the Opens pros that took a title last year at Wheeler Lake to get to this. So he beat 225 hungry anglers trying to become pros. And then he turned around and won a Bass Nation event, the grassroots level, 250 boats at Lake Eufaula, Alabama.
Big number,
just a
tournaments.
few, and it's stacked fields, like
Yeah.
a ton of
Sure.
Alabama anglers in those 2 Alabama events.
Good look there at what he's fishing and how. Little contour. He's probably only sitting in about 7 or 8 feet of water, and he's 100,
right,
100, maybe 150 yards off of the shoreline.
Hey, Corey Johnson just called up to our biggest bag of the day so far, 15 1/4 from 20th place. He's sitting in 4th. A lot of northern anglers are doing really well here. 2 Canadians in our top 10, and the brothers Johnston and Cooper Gallant right outside.
Just when you think Corey and Chris Johnson are having a slow classic,
Absolutely.
you look
Yeah.
down now, and unofficially they are both in the top 10 here on Championship Sunday.
Boy, if you've never been to Sturgeon Bay, just north of Green Bay, we've been out there. I've fished that place for 20 years. It was so great when I brought up the winds today and said, man, we're 20 to 40 miles per hour. He started laughing. Not a problem.
That is an advantage.
That is actually where I met him at a boat ramp several years ago.
Did you really?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
In a tournament?
No, I was up there taping. I was on a show, and he was at the ramp, talked for about a half hour, and here he is in the Bassmaster Classic.
Wow. Could you tell that he was the real deal?
Absolutely, dude. You needed 5 minutes. And
Kyle Patrick up to 16 pounds 5 ounces with another 3-pound 5-ounce fish. He's in 2nd place from 11th.
He is actually my partner next year in the Sturgeon Bay Open.
Because y'all are gonna, y'all have gotten the bronze before. You guys are gonna go for the gold together.
His partner may not know that.
His ex-partner.
Ex-partner, as of right now. Let's go.
A man formerly known as his partner.
Anyway, what was interesting, the day that I met him at the boat ramp in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, it was gassing like this, 20 to 30 miles per hour. He was out there with his dad. His dad was out there, had a cowboy hat on, and I'm like, wow, man, y'all are hardcore.
Blows all the time up there, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's right in his wheelhouse. I mean, it's obviously different than Sturgeon Bay, but he's looking for specific targets on a big flat. Normally he's looking for boulders. Right now he's looking for these subtle brush piles. He's certainly comfortable doing what he's doing.
Very good all around, all species. Walleye, salmon. Yeah, he has guided out there for many, many years.
To Ronnie's point, to go to Alabama and win at Wheeler and then go down to Eufaula and win, there's a lot of great fishermen that have fished those
100%
places their whole life. And for him to come from Wisconsin and win those 2 events, that's very impressive.
What was funny was last year to start the Open season, I went down to Eufaula, which was the kickoff event for the Opens, not the Eufaula event he won this year. He was down there, and it's one of the first few years these guys have gone from Wisconsin, Minnesota, Canada, and that region down to learn these lakes. He had 2 or 3 buddies with him, and I knew who each of his buddies were. And so I introduced myself to him to just get to know him. And then I'm like, in the interview room last night, it's crazy how the last calendar year has worked out to where not only we've talked 4 or 5 times, you've won 2 or 3 times on the national stage.
We take a look at what's gone on this morning as we get nearer and nearer to the halfway point of our day. Man, it goes by really fast. Take a look at that leaderboard right there and note 2nd place, Kyle Patrick of Cooperstown, New York. And get very much, well, closer, I should say, to our leader, Justin Hamner. Hamner still in charge, but Kyle Patrick living the dream. qualifying for this Bassmaster Classic through the Opens. We're going to give it to him, Mark Zona.
We have to do that. Tommy Sanders, Mercury move of the day. Cooperstown, New York. Rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Having a pretty big morning, anchoring it early this morning with a 4-pounder. Just very, very consistent this week. Going to need a few bigger bites, but a great showing for the rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Mercury move of the day, Kyle Patrick, Cooperstown, New York, unofficially sitting 47 pounds and 10 ounces. Mercury move of the day.
Congratulations, Kyle. New York, huge bass fishing state. A lot of people don't know that. Bass fishing is big in the Empire State. And Kyle Patrick, one of the latest representatives from that part of the country. We have got 25 anglers, as we say, 25 only left in this quest to be the world champion, and quest will continue when we come back.
Here we are, the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Feels like a college game day vibe here in the tailgate. It's growing. We got people in the Expo, people on the lake, people here in the tailgate. So why not bring in one of the best college football analysts there are, RJ Young with Fox. Appreciate you being here, man. We're in your home state. It's pretty cool to see people from all across the world show up in your town.
It's not just my home state, it's my hometown, right? It's Tulsa, Oklahoma. Huge bass fishing contingent here, and for 107,000 people to show up over a weekend for the biggest event in bass fishing, World Championship, I'm over the moon, man. I get to walk around, introduce myself to folks, and really show them some hospitality about my hometown.
You got a really cool story of, you know, going through school here in Oklahoma, born and raised, working your butt off, and then getting to be one of the best college football analysts and working up the ladder. Pretty cool. We see the same stories that are going to show up in the B.O.K. Center. Guys who started in college, worked their butt off, made it to semi-pro, and then all of a sudden they're on the big stage and they have a chance to win the biggest trophy in the sport. You've been a part of some classic weigh-ins when you were at 2013, 2016. How cool is it to see someone's dream show up as a reality this week?
Well, I mean, one, right, we're talking about a hometown hero in Jason Christie, right, who's won this thing before. This is his home lake. Some expectations there, but also I get to know some of the younger guys, right, guys that are closer to my age. One in particular, Logan Parks, right, is really busting his behind, trying to get into the Classic for next year, and seeing how they come up and seeing what they put themselves through. 12 hours from Alabama up here for the Pro-Am. He's going to stay around. He's going to hang out, but also I got a guy I'm going to follow, right? I'm going to keep close with, and frankly, him teaching me just what his sport is about and my knowledge of fishing just being nothing to no one. I got to tell you, man, I've never been around more ingratiating pros, right? Folks that actually want to show me what it is that they're doing and are not shy about it, not shy about the challenges that they face. And then for it to all happen in this space where we're going to see Hank Cherry and his Jordans, right? We're going to see Ben Milliken in his Air Force Ones, right? I love that this is becoming much more my age speed and that I can get my kids involved in a way that they really understand. I'm really excited, right? Like, that's the thing about this, is the excitement is coming in from all these fans who are showing up, getting autographs from you, getting autographs from our anglers here, and I get to be a part of it and write it all down and tell other people about it.
RJ Young, college football analyst, the best in the world. Appreciate you being here in your home city, the B.O.K. Arena.
I'm having fun.
Yes. Big day, big gathering. Let's hear from RJ Young there. Money Moore, thank you for that interview. Let's take a quick look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year statistics. This is from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey McKinney, the winner of our most recent event on Lake Fork, tied with Ben Milliken. Also a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite. Of course, they're all rookies. We're talking about the rookies at the top, but they also lead in the overall standings as well. Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams, and our guy we were just talking about, Kyle Patrick.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you, RJ Young doesn't really know our anglers yet. They're not giving him any valuable information, trust me. But I will tell you, unnecessary name drop right now. Looking at Kyle Patrick, what he's doing today, our old counterpart, Mike Golick, just dropped a text. That's an unnecessary name drop. He said, that is my guy. He's the anchor of my fantasy fishing team.
All right. What a call. What a great call.
I asked why. He said, I just like his all-around game and what he's doing today. I said, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Kyle Patrick doing great this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Uh-oh.
Winning an Open. Justin Hamner hooked up.
Come here. Come here. You're not even that big. I thought it was big when I first saw it. That'll definitely get rid of one, though.
get off this thing.
Not big, but that could
They
end up
biting in
being
here.
a very
Could be
big one.
good. I know. Hey. A little short, chunky. I just couldn't fight that wind out there. Dude, that was brutal.
Yeah, Z, what you mentioned about not big, but could be very big. You never know as an angler in the Bassmaster Classic. You know, it's an upgrade. You just never know what you might need by the end of the day. He might need another 20 or 21 pounds. He might need 16, and that could be the fish that, you know, puts him over 16 with a few more other solid fish.
Justin Hamner continues his quest. Let's get back to Adam Rasmussen, really catching him this morning. Adam hanging in there in third place until Kyle Patrick jumped up to be closest to Hamner. Fell a little farther back with that recent cull.
Hamner's last fish gives him 11-13 on the day, 54.3 total. Makes his closest pursuer, Kyle Patrick, need about 22 pounds today. He's got 16.5.
Let's not forget, Kyle Patrick caught a 6-pounder yesterday.
Yeah, 6'7", I think it was.
Certainly something he can do. He just did it yesterday. He's going to need a couple of them today.
Yeah.
Oh my God, giant.
Hmm.
Giant, 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 giant. Come here, baby, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, yeah! Woo! Thank you. Oh, that is awesome. Come on. This is happening. This is happening. Four, 6. Oh.
Same pattern we've been running this morning?
Yeah.
Dude is not going away.
No, he's not. And what he said yesterday, I've got to find a way to catch him in the morning. I've not been able to catch very much before 11 o'clock. He's way ahead of schedule.
Corey Johnston had just passed him with another 4-pounder. He's over 17 pounds. Rasmussen was 8 back. He'll cut his deficit in half.
Just kind of have that vibe. Hamner still has work to do.
Oh, yes.
Today.
Yeah.
The major reason from noon until weigh-in is when this guy right here has done all of his damage.
The 4-6, Rasmussen is 312 behind Hamner with 4 fish.
312 back, Such, with 4 fish?
312 with 4 fish.
Well, oh, boy.
Yeah. Adam Rasmussen, you heard him just say, it's happening. This is happening. Yes, we've watched it get going here. 312 back with just, wow, a little bit to go.
It's mind-blowing. This truly is the biggest stage in bass fishing, and this is the Super Bowl of bass fishing. To see all those fans at 5 o'clock in the morning, they were already there You know, it's kind of cold and crummy out, like jam-packed full of people. It's incredible. And then when you go through that stage, it happened so fast and it was so cool. I just saw the excitement in all the fans' eyes. It's unreal.
Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. There's your leaderboard unofficially as per Bass Track. Justin Hamner started the day with the lead. Not quite that big a lead as it is right now. He's just 4 pounds change ahead of Adam Rasmussen, who is having a terrific day. Angler from Wisconsin, qualified for the Classic through the St. Croix Bassmaster Open. Big story. Ditto for this young man, Kyle Patrick, right behind him. Same pathway. Same pathway to get into this thing.
You know what that music means?
Great story.
Tom
Oh, listen.
I'll tell you exactly what it means. We're going to take us a ride down the Power Pole Replay of the Day Highway, my friend. We have not been there all day. Adam Rasmussen starting to tail off. Not the case right now. Fishing deeper in Horse Creek out on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Just caught this big one out of some deep brush. And actually, we still have a game in this Bassmaster Classic. Your Power Pole Replay of the Day. Adam Rasmussen, Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin.
Unofficially, only 312 back with 4 fish. And he has caught basically every fish he's weighed in the afternoon on day 1 and day 2. So he's way ahead of the schedule.
Rasmussen with about 13 and a half pounds total today in the live well, and not too far away from him is Jay Shakura, fellow Wisconsin resident. Currently in 5th place.
Well, in this tournament on day number 1, he was absolutely out of the gates faster than any other angler. Most of his damage was done by 9 a.m. on Friday.
Get up in here.
Boy, it is a Wisconsin assault right now on Justin Hamner in the state of Alabama.
Happening in Oklahoma.
Jay Shakura won a Bassmaster Open here as a co-angler before he made his jump to the front of the boat, where he then qualified for the elites, and then he became the youngest elite champion. That only lasted about 1.5 years until Trey McKinney. But Shakura, Bob Downey, we now see Adam Rasmussen. So many Midwesterners do great at Grand Lake in Oklahoma.
Good call right there. Jay Shakura hanging in there on this day, although as you mentioned, not as fast as he was on day number 1. But that one was good.
You know, and if you've never been to Grand Lake, if you're watching here on FS1, it looks like an abyss in front of him, but you see him staring at his sonar. There is so much man-made brush, planted brush in this lake. In that area of Horse Creek, 3 to 6 feet of water, the big brush piles seem to attract schools of catfish, the old dilapidated, you know, the small brush piles that are broken up. That has been the magnet for the bigger bass this week.
Adam Rasmussen, like we said, within 312 of the lead. He has done his job for Ford. The fact that he's cut the lead down from what it was, but still has one more to go, that's going to be a key, but he may need to top our classic youngster, Aaron Yavorsky. I'm over here at the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Screen of Knowledge, and Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing gives out extra points, bonus points for the biggest bass of the tournament if you pick that angler. 18-year-old Aaron Yavorsky just turned 18 last week. He was turning in homework Thursday before the Bassmaster Classic. Homework was due and he turned it in. He ends up bringing in a 612 big bass of the tournament yesterday. He beat heroes of his like Greg Hackney. Like, it's crazy to see the list of names he beat this week. Ben Milliken, Greg Hackney, anglers like that, Jacob Perazzi, Scott Canterbury. And this 18-year-old just had his life changed fishing in the biggest tournament in the world and actually showing up and having a good finish for the most part. Congratulations to him. This sport's getting younger and younger. We're seeing it, but yet we see wily, age-wise veterans like Adam Rasmussen in their first classic showing up big. So Adam's going to need maybe a 6'12", something like that, if they want to make that mid-20s jump and be able to win the Bassmaster Classic.
It is getting younger, Ronnie. I mean, I'm having to restrain myself from calling Justin Hamner a young upstart because he's 33 years old. He is like. He's part of the establishment now.
That's been the interesting thing this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. If you look at the list of, we just had a 19-year-old win a Bassmaster Elite Series event just 2 weeks ago. So the future is bright. And what's weird about that, Davey, is you did this for decades, and we've covered this. It always took you till your kind of mid-20s to get traction. That is not the case.
Well, we've created that. We've adapted the high school tournaments in the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, the college tournaments, so much knowledge being able to learn here watching Bass Live. We've created a lot of young fishermen that really are going to, their number one goal is to come to the Bassmaster Elites and be here on the biggest stage, and this being the biggest week, the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, a lot of dreams coming true this week. They always do. The special week of the year for the Bassmasters. Let's get back out on the water and look at our leaders, number 1 and number 2. Justin Hamner has not had anyone this close to him all day long. Adam Rasmussen has been absolutely getting it done out there. He says it's happening. It sure is.
And to go to your point, Davey, about Justin Hamner's hooked up. This one may not call for him. In the top 10, Hamner, Rasmussen.
Number 5.
Oh, boy.
Don't ask me why, just gut feeling. Some shallower brush on that point, about 5 foot. Sometimes I do things and I don't know why.
I think he's referring to switching it up to a spinnerbait there.
He was 3 pounds and change back now. That one looks pretty close to 3 pounds.
Yes.
So we may have a
3-3.
3-3. He's 9 ounces back on our unofficial.
That's unofficial.
Standings.
That's all you might say it's a statistical tie here at this point.
Well, we were going to have to start manufacturing drama about 2 hours ago-ish.
Yeah.
That is not the case anymore.
Yeah, that's off the table for now.
Good one right there. And you can kind of feel at the BOK Center here in Tulsa, sun starting to come out, starting to warm up, and that, you have said all day long, that is when Adam Rasmussen has done all of his damage.
Yeah, what y'all doing? Y'all catching them?
These fish are out on this big flat area that Adam is fishing, and these small pieces of wood that these fish go to when the sun comes out, they want to get close to that, have shade and cover. I mean, he's so far ahead where he's been on day 1 and day 2, it's not even funny.
So concentrating on those brush piles in Horse Creek, which is what Justin Hamner started on this morning, caught some of his big ones yesterday. Tell some of the fish basically use those as stop sign, as the highway to go spawn, but they will use those brush piles. They will reload every single day this time of year.
They definitely will. Unlike where Cody Huff, I caught him over 20 pounds on day 1 in the first few hours. Those fish were way back in the creek on a flat, probably setting up to spawn already. These fish in this big bay area have come off the main creek channel or the main river channel of Grand Lake, moving across this flat, looking for that stopping point. The next move will be for them to spawn, but he's out there just a little deeper where you're much more likely to catch the females moving in just behind those males. So it's a perfect scenario for him and what he's targeting. The other thing I see, Justin Hamner caught a lot of his fish there yesterday. You just heard him talk about, man, I had to get out of that wind a little bit.
Rasmussen started the day 5 pounds, 7 ounces back of Justin Hamner. He's got 16.11 today. Hamner has 11.13. So your difference is 9 ounces.
Just see Justin throwing other baits more today than we've seen him. I don't know the first 2 days if he threw a jig like 5 times a day.
He never took the jerkbait out of his hands.
I saw him throw a jig, but literally I think he'd throw it like 2 times a day. But today he's mixing it up a little more. He's, just mentioned getting out of the wind. The wind is not the issue that a lot of anglers thought it would be right now. Rasmussen is out there in it, and it's not even wide capping right there.
Very fishable. Yeah. Very fishable.
Spent a lot of time with Justin Hamner yesterday, and his easygoing style. He had a slow start to his day compared to his big day on day number 1. He was not concerned about that. It's going to happen. He kept saying, hey, it's going to happen. Don't worry. I got to go through a lot of smaller ones. But once the weigh-in was over, he had that lead. I think it came around, the realization to him that he was just a short distance away from having his hands on the trophy.
I'm Justin Hamner, and I'm 5 bass away from winning the Bassmaster Classic. It's crazy. The more stability in this sport you can find, the more success you're going to have. There's going to be days where the instability makes some change, and if you figure it out for that day, that's fantastic. But it's been the weirdest feeling all week. I had a terrible practice. Didn't even worry about it. Was super confident going into day 1, not even knowing where I was going. It's just been, it's been a cool feeling. That's what it's all about, is that trophy. I want that thing. Yeah. Can we go fishing?
Next weekend, pro football is back on Fox as the UFL kicks off on Saturday with the USFL champion Birmingham Stallions taking on the XFL champion Arlington Renegades. And kickoff weekend continues next Sunday on ESPN. Feels a little bit like football weather out here today.
Look at that.
Grebe.
Those actually are grebes.
Yeah, actually cormorant variety of grebes.
All right.
Yeah, the cormorant grebes are very common around here, and obviously they like the surroundings. That island in particular on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. It's the final day of the World Championship of Fishing, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. And what a story we have at the top of that leaderboard. Justin Hamner dominated first 2 days, was in charge after the weigh-in there with the, a lead approaching 6 pounds to start this day over the rest of the field. But Adam Rasmussen of Wisconsin has had a dynamic start to his day. His first 4 hours of fishing have been pretty spectacular.
Definitely has, and we wouldn't expect anything less coming here to Grand Lake for a Bassmaster Classic. To see Justin Hamner lead day 1, day 2, day 3, that's about to be taken away from him. Adam is only 9 ounces behind him, according to Such. Unofficially, and that is too close to call for anyone right now. He's off to a lot better start than he has been any day this week. Basically, he has had nothing that he weighed in on day 1 and day 2. Today, he's doing a lot better.
Yeah, and we talked about it. There's just a lot of weird things that happen on the final days of Bassmaster Classics, and we're starting to see that exact same thing transpire right now. Justin Hamner in the driver. So we opened the show a flawless tournament so far. Just to average 4 pounds on Grand Lake the first 2 days of this tournament. Now we're starting to see him bounce around a little bit, and things are going to tighten up here in the last few hours, because I can tell you right now he is absolutely going to have to catch more weight, because the best time of day is coming for that angler from Wisconsin.
Oh, we are hurtling toward a dynamic last 4 hours of fishing here on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Let's get you caught up on what has gone on, in particular this rivalry at the top of our leaderboard with our Yamaha Midday Report.
Well, Adam Rasmussen said no, he welcomes the wind that was coming to Grand Lake of the Cherokees, but had to right the ship in the morning. Day 1 and day 2, very, very slow for Adam Rasmussen. All of his damage late in the day. Started a little bit deeper today, 8 to 15 feet of water, isolated brush, slow rolling a 1/2 ounce spinnerbait and a 1/2 ounce football jig. Well, he said, I don't need to do anything stupid. He has done everything to perfection so far today.
He certainly has, and he's just kind of been figuring it out. He said, I do best when I just go fishing, and that's what he did this morning, like you mentioned. Started out a little deeper, and he started out with a jig. He's done most of his work with a spinnerbait, but that's been in the afternoon. I think he maybe tried to do the spinnerbait pattern in the mornings the first 2 days. Today he started with the jig, started a little bit deeper, and it certainly has worked for him. I think this is his last fish. A 4th or 5th fish was on the 1/2 ounce spinnerbait, but certainly got some key fish in the boat this morning that he has not had the last 2 days.
Justin Hamner from Alabama. Great first 2 days, absolutely flawless, so consistent. That 4-pound average was just almost unthinkable with these conditions.
Hey, now the other thing that we have to also put into perspective is it's been a little bit slower for Justin Hamner today, but we got to see that yesterday as well. Just like Rasmussen, his big fish came yesterday from, really call it noon until about 2:30. Has that solid fish in his live well, but definitely a little bit slower on the quality. Justin Hamner still, though, in the driver's seat.
He is, but it concerns me just a little bit. He is in his comfort zone with that bait right there, the jerk bait. But we've seen him this morning throwing a square bill crankbait, throwing a jig. And normally I would say that's good. He's mixing it up. But the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, he's been the leader. A lot of pressure on him. He needs to stay in his comfort zone. He's done so well with that bait in his hand, especially over the last 12 months. I hope he keeps that jerk bait in his hand more often this afternoon than he has this morning.
Yamaha Midday Report right there, and that's the story. And if you really look at Justin Hamner, there are 5 bass in his live well, size-wise, that he would never have brought to the scales this week. I think we got a Skeeter Boat's big fish alert. Well, it's pretty much gone down around Horse Creek out there. And you could put that logo right there, that big fish alert, there all week long. That is where the damage has come. 4+ pounders just today all around Horse Creek.
It's really amazing. If you look, the fish was kind of covered. The fish tail was covering up the tail of Horse Creek right there. There's 4 that have come from behind the bridge. We saw Brandon Card and a few of those other anglers catching them back in there. But what a great area. We call that Horse Creek. A lot of those fish being caught out in the bay area of Horse Creek.
Consider this, Davey. Brian Smith has our Mercury Big Bass of today, a 514. He was 24th. He's in 7th place now with 4 fish. He needs about 25 to be in the lead.
But all that bait was in here. The wind was blowing into this pocket, blew all that bait in here. Today, so far, we ain't really got into it good yet, but my jerk bait messed up. But I haven't seen all that bait, which is unusually a good thing. Usually you want to find the bait, but I think there was just so much of it, and I couldn't catch them. It's like I couldn't compete. The fake thing did not persuade them as much as the real.
Dive into what Justin Hamner's saying there a little bit. Typically, you want to be around a lot of bait. That means you're going to be around a lot of largemouth bass, smallmouth bass. But what he's saying there, when there's so much bait, it was a good shot of where Taku Ito was fishing this morning. There was so much bait that those fish just get dialed in on those threadfin shad, and you can try to duplicate that with a jerk bait, and they're just not going to be fooled by something that doesn't look exactly like that live shad. So the key here, and it's unusual, is to find bait, but you don't want too much bait, if you can believe that. Typically, that's not the case, but that's exactly what's going on here. Justin Hamner, Taku Ito, a lot of the guys have figured that out. You want bait, but not an abundance of bait.
Almost like too much bait acts as a distraction.
Yes.
Yeah. The threadfin shad, we've learned through the years, are probably the favorite snack food of fish in this region of the United States.
You get the taste of them, Tommy. You said it so many times.
You won't go back. It is luscious.
Was it Robert G. and one of the elites this year called them potato chips for bass?
Yes, that's right.
Threadfin shad or like potato chips.
Yeah, Cheetos, whatever you want to call them.
Funyuns. Brian Smith just finished his limit. 5 fish for 15 pounds, 7 ounces from 24th. He's now in 6th place.
Kind of get a look at the rotation of Justin Hamner. Starting to get, if you really look at the bank, the slope of the banks, very, very deep cut banks, main lake pockets for Justin Hamner now, where he started in areas like that yesterday, and it's almost like a reverse the way he's approaching it today compared to the flatness. Adam Rasmussen is fishing very, very slow tapering, shallower water.
So there's a lot going on in his mind. When we talked to him after day 1 and day 2, had great days, over 20 pounds both days, he was so confident in what he's doing. Number one, because that bait has been so good to him for the last 12 months, probably his whole life, basically. But he had a lot of areas that he had not fished yet that he was saying, hey, I haven't even gone there yet. I've marked some fish, found some fish there in practice. So that's a positive thing. But then now, is he going to go to those places he hasn't been to since maybe Wednesday, or is he going to go back to the places that have really produced for him so well the last 2 days? Because going to those places that you thought you were saving might take you down a rabbit hole that you shouldn't go on the final day of the Bassmaster Classic, going to places that you think you are saving, but you haven't been there in a week.
And you can't put into perspective right there how much submerged gold mines, brush piles that he is around, and it seems like they have definitely reloaded yet again here today.
So Adam Rasmussen with a small flotilla. It will be growing through the course of the day. The weather gets better. We get closer to the end of this very, very important day of fishing, Championship Sunday. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Presented by Jockey Outdoors. One angler is going to stand on top of it all at the end of the day. And we are not going to be done with our coverage here. It's been great being with you this morning with our live coverage of the Classic. The Classic coverage is going to continue for you. In fact, 3 more hours of it, getting you close to check-in time. Not all the way there. We'll save a little mystery for the weigh-in. Big spectacle at the end of the day, which is a long-standing traditions in the bass fishing world. We have 25 anglers, and we got a race. We got a game at the top of this one.
Things are definitely tightening up. I'm sure Justin Hamner and his family didn't want to see this happen, but they are getting a lot tighter than they started out this morning. Less than a pound difference between first and second place.
We'll be right back on the Fox Network live with Day 3 coverage. 3 more hours of it coming your way. Can't Can't wait to get that started as things get very, very tight here. We never like a runaway. We have to confess that. We don't like to have to manufacture drama.
Kind of thought we were going to have that. That is absolutely not the case. This one could end up going down to the wire this afternoon. Unbelievable.
Man. What will happen? Justin Hamner, Adam Rasmussen right at the top there. Kyle Patrick from the Opens, just like Rasmussen, making a big move today. So we are expecting to see some fireworks. Fireworks on the way. Mark it down, switch over to the Fox Network, and we will have 3 more hours for the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Lined up in the morning mist, awaiting the starting gun, are the world's best bass fishermen. Baseball, football, tennis, and golf were designed originally for pure enjoyment. So was angling. Now angling too has its profession. Star fishermen who are highly honored and financially rewarded. The Bassmasters Classic is to bass fishing what the World Series is to baseball. It's a competition among America's best anglers who have qualified in earlier tournaments for America's favorite game fish, the largemouth bass.
More than half a century ago, it was the most important day in the sport of bass fishing. Today, it still is. The competition has been fierce among the best in the business, and 25 anglers have fought their way through to make it to the championship round. Now the challenge, 8 hours to prove that you can outfish them all and realize the ultimate dream of every tournament angler, to take the title of new world champion.
Yes, that's what it is. The ultimate event in the sport of bass fishing, the World Championship, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors. We bring you to Tulsa, Oklahoma, our host city here in the Sooner State, and for the 3rd time, the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. It's going to be our playing field and has been for the past 2 days and through the morning here as we head into the final 4 hours of fishing. Take off from Wolf Creek Park, Grove, Oklahoma. 25 anglers have made it through the competition, and the original 56 who worked so hard to get here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. The way it stands now, unofficially, Justin Hamner, who started the day with the lead after 2 days of fishing, has the lead still, but not by the margin with which he started this day. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height, Mark Zona, 2 of the biggest names in the sport of fishing, and the 2 guys you'd most like to watch the Bassmaster Classic with. Going to be watching it with you guys for the next 3 hours, and we were wondering if we may be worrying that we might have a runaway. It doesn't look that way now.
Boy, you can't even put in words what has happened really on Grand Lake this morning. Young angler from Alabama, Justin Hamner. His dream was to just be at the Classic years ago, but now in position to win. And he was dominating the first 2 days of this, Friday and Saturday, dominating this tournament. But we made a comment yesterday on FS1. We said weird things happen on the final days of the Bassmaster Classic. Came into this day with a 5.5-pound lead. That lead is now gone. And to put into perspective, basically he has lost 5 of those strokes right now with 3.5 hours of fishing left.
He has, and this is no fun place to be for him. Fortunately, I've been in his shoes, basically, going out the final day of a Bassmaster Classic with a 5-pound lead. It's really no fun. You think that'd be the perfect place to be, but you know everybody's after you. Everybody's chasing you. I've been on the other end. It's not fun to be behind 5 pounds, 6 pounds, even in 10th place, being down by 9 pounds, because you know you have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. You've got to do something great. Well, we've had one angler this morning to do something great.
Absolutely. Adam Rasmussen from Wisconsin has been doing damage all day long, and his best bite, as you're going to see, it has been the afternoon bite. But keep your eyes on that Alabama angler, Justin Hamner, just a good guy. And what's funny is he's a little bit squirrely every now and then. When he catches one, he'll scream out a roll tide. And we said something to him yesterday after the weigh-in. We said, man, did you go to University of Alabama? And he said, no, man. He goes, I mowed the lawn there. I was broke, but I liked being at the campus, obviously. And he's just somebody to root for, and right now his lead is definitely in jeopardy.
Yeah, plot twists for sure abound this morning. To get you all caught up, this is 3 days of fishing. This is Championship Sunday, but it started 3 days ago. We'll take you to day one, and with Missouri's Cody Huff taking the lead at the weigh-in on that day.
Yeah, Cody Huff coming out of the gates on day one, doing something that no one else was able to do, start catching 4-pound fish. We saw a lot of anglers catching small ones, but he caught the bigger ones.
Exactly, and there was only 4 bags in this tournament so far over 20 pounds, and one of those, day number 1, your leader, Justin Hamner, with 22 pounds and 6 ounces.
With those two at the top of the leaderboard, we were also keeping our eyes on this man, Hank Cherry, who has already won 2 Bassmaster Classics, won them back-to-back in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, big key for Hank Cherry on day one, catching those quality fish. Not a lot of small ones, solid 3.5 pound bass.
Brandon Card, another name that jumped onto our top 10. Big surge from 39th place to 3rd place on day number 2.
Exactly right, over 21 pounds. And Cody Huff, 2nd place after day number 1, salvaging his day yesterday. Total weight of 36 pounds and 4 ounces.
Adam Rasmussen of Wisconsin came in through the Bassmaster Opens, a pathway to both the Elite Series and the Classic, and showing that he was ready, more than ready, when he arrived here in Oklahoma.
Certainly ready for the biggest stage in fishing. He's been a joy to watch this week. Been calm, cool, and collect. A lot of pressure on him coming from the Opens.
Justin Hamner, we've talked about him. How can you not root for him? His story, but all of these guys have a great story out here.
That right there, he has been a model of consistency, literally sitting with 42 pounds and 6 ounces after the day 2 weigh-in. Everything he has weighed in, put on the scales, over 4 pounds. Gonna get out with Justin Hamner live right now.
Let's take a look at what we've been in the boat with him, of course, since the start of the day, and early on he got it going, maybe a little ahead of the schedule. He was on day number 2.
Yeah, he definitely ahead of the schedule. As far as keepers on day 2, he caught a lot of fish, but they were small ones. It took him an hour and 45 minutes to catch his first keeper and put it in the live well. Got off to a lot better start today. Started out doing what he was doing yesterday afternoon to catch over 20 pounds yesterday. He got out of the wind. He's kind of out in the bay area around some islands there of Horse Creek. Got started. A lot more bait in that area. We saw him catch a hybrid bass, a few other fish there, mixing it up with some baits. He has made a move since then, but still not caught the quality that he's going to have this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. He has 5 bass in his live well right now, but a lot of them that size, which that is not what we have seen all week long with Justin Hamner. So this afternoon is going to be fairly critical for the young Alabama angler.
Going to be do or die, it looks like. It's only 9 ounces. It's just an estimate ahead of Adam Rasmussen. Pretty close estimate, though. Let's go out to him live.
We live. Oh my gosh. Come eat it, girl. Oh, I got a giant about to eat my bait right now. This is the one we need. Oh, she was so close. She still wants it. Come on. Oh, dude, we're gonna catch her in a minute. So far, about 11 o'clock. It's been a slower day for me, but I just haven't figured out the right deal yet. But I just got into the area that I caught them at day 1 really good, and it's looking really good. Throwing my jerk bait still, that's what I've caught most of my fish on. I mean, we got a little limit. Got a couple of pretty solid ones, but we get like 2 of them big ones. We can close this thing out. There's still plenty of time in the day, I promise. Right now, I just got to my area. This is the big fish area. They in there. And we got some wind. We got a lot of wind. Dude, it's unreal. I mean, this is what we work so hard just to get here. I mean, people that may not know, don't follow the sport, it's brutal on us. We travel around the country, having to, you know, leave my wife and my little girl. That's the hardest part about this job. You know, we're gone probably 13 weeks of the year, at least, traveling all over the country, just chasing these little green fish around. But just getting to the Bassmaster Classic is special enough, and to be leading it, it's pretty amazing. I mean, this is what I dreamed of when I was a kid, no doubt. Everybody else was playing baseball and all that stuff. I just wanted to fish the Bassmaster Classic.
See how Justin Hamner's staring at his sonar, forward-facing sonar. Every time he pans that trolling motor left and right, there's very key, if you look here, right at about, if you look at the top of your screen, 10 to 20 foot of water, very key trees that have broken off in this cove.
That's his jerk bait there,
Yes.
about 30 feet away from the boat, and there's a fish following it, about 7, 8 feet deep. See the bait, the fish is tailed off of it a little bit. Big key is finding how quick or how slowly you need to work that jerk bait to trigger that fish.
She's right there, running the trolling motor. Ah!
Look, that fish followed it almost the entire length of the cast.
Just gotta finish them off. They're following it hard. Haven't quite got the, I guess, the right cadence dialed in yet. It's like if I start going too fast, it's kind of spooks them. If I go too slow, they get too good of a look at it. Y'all brought a crowd today. That's what I'm talking about. Oh gosh, I don't even know where I'm gonna put all this Milo. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Justin Hamner fishing in only his second Bassmaster Classic. Finished fourth in his only other outing in the Classic. That was in South Carolina, Lake Hartwell. Adam Rasmussen fishing in his first Bassmaster Classic. Let's take a look at his action from earlier today. He got off to a really impressive start.
Impressive start, and it's been very, very slow for Adam Rasmussen from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, and we were predicted to have 20 to 40 mile per hour winds, which a lot of the anglers in our field were a little bit concerned about. He pretty much laughed it off. He said, I live in that wind in Wisconsin. And the biggest nemesis so far in this tournament was the morning bite for this Wisconsin angler. All of his damage has been done from noon until our weigh-in right around 3 o'clock. Well, he came out firing today. Said, I just don't need to do anything stupid, and I need Justin Hamner to slip up. Well, a big, big morning. Fishing his first Bassmaster Classic, a half-ounce spinnerbait, half-ounce jig. Way, way ahead of schedule right now for Adam Rasmussen.
He definitely is, and one of the things that's been so impressive about Adam Rasmussen, he has changed up, switched up his baits a little, just the two baits primarily, but the depth that he's fishing and the cover that he's fishing, he has changed every day.
We're live now with Adam Rasmussen.
So, I don't know, I just went with my gut feeling. The wind wasn't too bad, so we came into Horse Creek where I've been fishing. Kind of got a clue right away, like the first brush pile I threw on, I caught a 4-pounder. And then I think we caught a 280. And then I broke a big one off, unfortunately, in a pile. So now we're gonna run every pile in this creek. We've got a decent weight right now. We still need 2 more big bites. There's a 280 in there we gotta get rid of. And I'd like to get rid of that 3-2. And Yeah, just buckling down in the wind, going brush pile to brush pile, scanning with Mega Live, see if I see any on there, and then hit the old spot lock button and settle in for a few casts. Still weird though, like I get one bite off a pile and then you might as well leave. I don't understand why, but we're gonna cycle through. I've been marking the ones that I've gotten bit on. We're gonna cycle back through them here in a little bit. Because each one that I've had a bite on, there's been like 3 or 4 fish on them, and they all look pretty good. So.
Well, Adam Rasmussen, first time in the Classic from Wisconsin. Maybe not on everyone's radar, but Adam had a little bit of a different feeling about that. As a matter of fact, he had kind of a funny feeling about what might happen here at the Classic.
If I'm gonna win a tournament, I usually have a feeling before the tournament even gets started. And this has happened in the B.A.S.S Open that I've won. It happened in the Bass Nation Championship at Eufaula this year, and it has happened before the Classic. So I'm fully confident that if I can get my stuff together in the morning, get a few key bites in the morning, I can go catch them in the afternoon. We'll put 5 big ones in the bag, and hey, all I can say is we have a shot at this, and I'm gonna do my best.
Oh, that is awesome. It's happening.
I'm Adam Rasmussen, and I'm 5 bass away from winning the Bassmaster Classic.
The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shop, and by Skeeter Boats. Into our final 4 hours of fishing. This day has gone by very, very quickly. Championship Sunday at the World Championship Bassmaster Classics. Justin Hamner right there on top, slim margin ahead of Adam Rasmussen, who has closed the gap on him over the past couple of hours. Third place is Kyle Patrick. His entry into the Classic came the same way as Adam Rasmussen's through the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, but he is a very promising young angler. Cooperstown, New York, and having a great, great season. Great impact of this young man early on. Our own Robbie Floyd. Kyle started outside the top 10, but our own Robbie Floyd has found him. Kyle Patrick, what's he up to, Robbie?
Well, the man from Cooperstown trying to hit a home run here today, and he's done very well. It shows that he has a 4-pounder in his box, and it's actually a 5-pound bass. But he felt guilty when he input it into Bass Track, so he bumped up a couple of the others. His small fish is a 2-pounder, but a guy who started today 11 pounds outside the lead is trying to cut that in half now, around 6 or so. He's in an area that he caught a 6-pound bass yesterday, now a 5-pound bass today, so he's around some of the big fish. And another story about him, and he told me earlier in the week, he's got something in his pocket, a fish whistle from Brian Kirchhoff. When Kirchhoff won the Classic 30 years ago, actually this year, he blew that whistle. He says if he catches another 5 or 6, he's pulling out that old Brian Kirchhoff fish whistle, and he's going to let her fly. But he's having a really good day here on the final day of the Classic and cutting into that lead.
Robbie, this tournament has been, there's 46,500 acres of water, and really, you have lived in one creek, Horse Creek, the entire tournament. So many leaders have done all of their damage. You have finally gotten out of there, and how is Kyle Patrick catching them today?
He is in Honey Creek. Let's get away from that. And actually, Cody Huff was in here earlier, and I knew Cody was here. He said, I had no idea, and then I saw him leave. But he's basically got this area all to himself right now. And I think that's a good thing. You stack them up in Horse Creek, things can get a little crowded. You're fishing secondhand water. He's hitting fresh stuff. He's going boat docks, back of boat docks, underneath some floats. Big fish live here. There's no doubt. My boat driver, Troy, said his son won $5,000 out of here like 3 weeks ago.
Let's
so
go.
There's big fish in these waters. He's doing some different stuff, dragging a jib, flipping a jig up there as tight as he can get. Said 1 to 3 foot of water, and he's got 2 or 3 bites, just not the big bites since I've caught up to him.
So, Robbie, now you've been out there 4 days. You went out on the practice day on Wednesday, tournament day Thursday, Friday. Saturday. You've been out there as much as these anglers have. You've been out there every day that they have in the last week. Do you get the feel that staying, like some of those anglers have kind of like set up in Horse Creek, staying there? You think that's the best idea, or you think anglers that are moving around a little more like Kyle Patrick, that's the best scenario this week on Grand Lake?
Well, I think I could be spun like the anglers are, because I'll see success on one day in Horse Creek, and then I'm not hearing much success the next day on Horse Creek. Brandon Card, I thought he would be whacking them out here from what I saw him do yesterday, catching that 20-plus pound bag. But that's not the same thing. Different conditions each day. So I think guys like Jason Christie that know this lake can move around, but even though Jason Christie's not catching big fish out here this week like we expected him to do. So it was a guessing game, and I think the 3 different weather days can change things up. But guys like Rasmussen, when I did talk to him this morning, I knew he would be possibly out there in the open. I said, is it really going to work being out there with this heavy wind? And he's like, I don't have a problem with it. So these guys are fishing in conditions and fishing it well.
All right, Robbie, great job, and giving us some different scenery to look at for a little bit there. Robbie Floyd with Kyle Patrick, who has inserted himself into the story here big time today.
Absolutely. That is one of the first times we've left the Horse Creek region of Grand Lake.
Something different. Let's get back out to our leader, Justin Hamner. Justin Hamner again started the day with a lead between, well, 5.5, better than 5.5 pounds. That lead has been eaten into significantly over the course of the last couple hours.
That's what we need. That's what we need. Come on, come on. Woo! Yeah! Look at that little fatty. Little fatty. Oh, bug-eyed. Let's go. There's some big ones in here, so we're gonna make this happen today. We're gonna make this happen today. Bassmaster Classic. I mean, it's not a giant, but it ain't little. You want to talk about Colin?
So this fish, he's weighing, he's already got his 5-fish limit, his smallest fish being 1 pound 6 ounces. This fish is obviously better than that. So that's the goal, is to get your 5-fish limit. You can't possess any more than 5 fish. So that's his 6th fish. He's got to release one now before he can start back fishing, and that's going to be a good upgrade for him.
Big ones on that tree. Let's go. Let's go.
Boy, he's got a flotilla of spectator boats, and it looked like there was a party starting on the dock.
On the deck,
absolutely.
on the dock, yeah.
I think they brought him Milo tea, if I was hearing things correctly. Like,
yeah, that's his drink. That's his trademark drink, the sweet tea there. Let's get back out to another Wisconsin angler, Jay Shakurat. Jay Shakurat, former Rookie of the Year with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
What a pile right there.
Tournament winner, championship winner.
Hamner called about 2 pounds. He is 2.5 pounds up on second place, Adam Rasmussen.
There. Another big one.
Oh boy.
Oh my God. This is a giant. Get in the boat.
Oh, Jay Securic has done a good job just fishing this week. Yes. Mixing it up with different baits, different patterns.
Well, we said we were going to get one on camera. Like 3 casts later, that one's probably pushing 4. Didn't even have to turn off the scale.
Jay Securic from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, always seems cool, calm, and collected out there in the water. A lot of poise for a young angler. And he's got the results to show for it. But there's your leaderboard, again, unofficial right now, as Mike Sukon told us, 2.5 pounds now, the deficit that Adam Rasmussen has to Justin Hamner. Jay Shakurat tucking in there with that one into 3rd place, and Kyle Patrick doing very well Got so much more to come from Grand Lake of the Cherokees, and we'll be right back.
You know, just me being able to bass fish for a living. It's all I've ever wanted to do. It's all I've ever known. Being able to do it for a living and just fishing in general, not even feeling like I'm going out to work or do anything like that. It's just everything I've ever dreamed about, and going out there. And then obviously having my entire family there as well, going out, cheering me on. It's really the best thing that could ever, you know, possibly fall into my hands at this age.
Today on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to the Lone Star State as the best drivers on the planet tackle the twists and turns at COTA. Pre-race begins at 3 Eastern with the engines firing at 3:30 today on Fox.
Z, I got to ask one question.
Yes, please do.
I pull for Truex because he's a fisherman.
Yeah, right.
How can you think that he's going to win when his car is sitting right behind us?
He has like 30 of those.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay. The picks are out. The correct picks are out right now. Hey, we want to. People are here making a day of it. Of course, that includes a trip to the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo presented by GSM Outdoors. The doors open a little while. The famous buckets that you carry your haul home in, you got to have those, and everything is in here. Boats, tackle, apparel, just about everything connected to the world of fishing.
Who knew a bucket was so in demand? We have learned that at the Bassmaster Class. And to put in perspective what that expo is, if you've ever been to the NFL experience, it's where you can kind of get up with some of the legends, the legends of professional bass fishing throughout the decades. Great time to bring the entire family to. A lot of free stuff at the expo. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so the Expo is where the entire bass fishing community comes together every year at the Bassmaster Classic. There's people that plan their vacations around the Bassmaster Classic. This Expo is certainly the highlight, this and the weigh-in this afternoon. The fans of our sport, the people that make our sport, come here this week every year.
Yeah, the fact that you can still shake hands, visit with some of the original stars of the sport is what makes this sport unique. It's one of the many, many attractions of the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo presented by GSM Outdoors. And again, the fans making a big day out of it here and going to conclude that day with all the lights and smoke and fireworks and fun of the weigh-in. So that'll be a big day as we get out to Brandon Carr.
Had a Bass Pro Shops tailgate party driven by Yokohama. We've never had that at a
Yes, that's right. That's going on too.
Bassmaster Classic.
That's going hard, and Brandon Carr fished his way into top 10 of this final here yesterday, all the way down to 39th place.
Dang, that one ate it. Golly, look at that. Ate it. Maybe they're gonna start biting a little bit. That's like a close to 2 3/4. That's 3.
Brandon Carr had a little slower start than we thought he was going to have today. He was all the way down in 39th after day one. Had a huge day yesterday, moved himself up in contention. Cranking a crankbait about 5 to 7 feet of water, he said. Very, very important to find those little irregular features when he moved over to the flatter banks in Horse Creek.
Here's Hank Cherry, winner 2 classics already.
Long cast, 8 foot. These short casts, probably 6. But I mean, I can sink it.
This is what Hank Cherry's been talking about. We have not seen him do that so far in this classic. Here we go.
Hank Cherry, 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, almost won a third on this body of water.
Not
but
what
lost
we're
a
looking for.
Big one the last day.
Hey, shirt.
There are a couple big fish being caught up there. Brian Schmidt just caught a 5-pounder, 5 pound 1 ounce.
number 5. So I guess that paid off. All right. 3 babies and 2 good ones.
Well, classic experience is important. Helps your chances, and winning the Classic 2 times, that's important too. And Hank Cherry, this was his first win, 2020 Lake Guntersville.
And to put in perspective for all of the viewers here on Fox, Hank Cherry has never won a regular season Bassmaster Elite Series event. But he has won 2 Bassmaster. That's like saying a professional golfer only wins the Masters. That's all he cares
Majors
about.
only.
Majors only.
This was the second one. This is Fort Worth, Lake Ray Roberts. The summer of 2021 is a different sort of season as it was for all sports.
To me, this was more impressive, and I don't know why each time you're able to raise that trophy over your head should be equally impressive. It's the World Championship. But this was kind of out of his wheelhouse, I thought. He was fishing shallow, shad spawn in the morning, and then fishing a jig and a frog and a vibrating jig more in the afternoon. The Guntersville Classic was, you know, more Hank Cherry, the jerkbait deal. He came very close to winning his first Classic here on Grand Lake with a jerkbait, so you expected that. But that Classic there in Texas was very, very impressive, in my opinion, the way he adjusted each and every day. And he's doing the same thing here.
Fish put him over 10 pounds.
Been the time of day. Adam Rasmussen has done most of his damage. Jay Shakurit hooked up. And Davey, for some folks watching this, you look at Adam Rasmussen, the tire flotilla, spectators around him out there. All of these anglers are throwing at something. The most dominant thing in this tournament so far has been man-made brush piles that these guys are able to find with their electronics. Put into perspective for a viewer how many of those brush piles are in this lake, especially around a guy like Rasmussen.
So I've fished this lake quite a few times, and you know there's a lot of brush piles there, but here's the thing that really got my attention, being with Jason Christie on the official practice day. He graphed for 6 days and marked 979 brush piles. I said, can I write that down? Is that an exact number? He said, that's an exact number. I have marked 979 brush piles that I have not put in. He said, here's the thing, how popular putting brush piles in is here on this lake. The first question on your polygraph for the local team tournament is, have you ever put a brush pile in? Because I think at one point maybe it was not legal to do.
I came through this area. I didn't catch them that great. I caught a bunch of little ones. But I really, found little key spots that they were sitting in, and really saw a lot of those bigger fish. Saw where they were. Ooh, they're right there. Dang, that's a big one. But once I kind of located where they were in this creek, when I came back out, that's when I wrecked them. I already knew where they were setting up at. I was able to get everything situated.
Justin Hamner, of course, started the day.
Remember this big one that was on this dock yesterday?
Between 5 and 6 pounds, closer to 6 pounds.
I think it's about time.
Through the course of the morning, Adam Rasmussen ate into that lead. It was almost dead even, just ounces separating the two.
Very underrated professional fisherman. If you really look at what he has done the last 12 months, unbelievable consistency. And the other thing is he has never won a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, eerily similar to a Hank Cherry.
He's been real close recently, though. He certainly has. You can't not pull for this young angler. There's so many anglers. You go all the way back to Rick Clunn, about to fish his 500th event. The stories are so similar. They start out just broke with a dream to be able to fish professionally full time. He was mowing lawns right out of high school, wanting to be on the biggest stage in fishing, and now not only is he there, he's in the driver's seat.
After Fork, when I lost it, they made me a lanyard. Look, check this out. The bait fuel stick. So this is bait fuel, which is an attractant made for hard baits now. You know,
You mentioned Lake Fork, where that was the last tournament he fished with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he knocked out an 11-pound, was it 10-ounce such fish there at Lake
11
Fork?
pounds, 7 ounces.
7 ounces.
The biggest we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live.
Unbelievable.
We also have that bait. I'm sure everybody wants to. What's good? What is going to possibly win this Bassmaster Classic? We'll definitely break that down here.
Let's see how our 10 anglers. We have the camera in the boats with these 10 of the 25. That's how they're distributed around Grand Lake right now. Farthest down is Takumiito. Back to Rasmussen.
And you see him staring down at his sonar. He is making precise casts, call it 4 all the way out to 12 feet of water in these isolated brush piles, and they basically act as a stop sign. When these largemouth are heading into spawn, they will absolutely stop and set up shop on these brush piles.
Yeah, he's definitely using Mega Live, using it in a different way than Justin Hamner. He's trying to locate these isolated targets that he said the best ones are small and only about a foot off of the bottom, not those big brush piles that so many other fish hang around.
He has a 2.5 pounder in his 5-fish limit. He's 2.5 pounds back, giving him he needs a 5 pounder to tie him.
I know this sounds crazy, but the size of the brush pile has meant so much this week. The reason why is the bigger the brush pile, you would generally attract giant schools of catfish that the largemouth would not want to be around. The smaller the brush pile, the better it was for the largemouth.
Guys, we're talking about Adam Rasmussen trying to complete a comeback and take off Justin Hamner's, perch at the top. He's led day 1, day 2. Well, Justin Hamner's trying to join an exclusive club. 54 Bassmaster Classics, and only 10 previous times has someone led wire to wire. And wire to wire is obviously leading day 1, 2, and 3 of the tournament. That is domination from start to finish. Some of the names that have led from start to finish in a Bassmaster Classic and won: Jeff Gustafson last year, Rick Clunn 2 times before, Hank Parker as well. You've got guys like Bo Dowden. There's a lot of guys who have led. Stanley Mitchell, our youngest classic champion ever, has done that. So Justin Hamner's trying to join exclusive company and go wire to wire and be the 11th instance in 54 Bassmaster Classics. So a lot of pressure on him, a lot of pressure on the guys trying to catch him. But that call just a couple minutes ago, that's the key for him. It's going to give him a little more relief.
Got to keep up with that because Rasmussen putting the pressure on, no doubt about that. Shakira there in 3rd place. Kyle Patrick, we got to visit with him thanks to Robbie Floyd a little bit earlier. And Corey Johnston of Canada making a big move up the leaderboard as well. Got a little more than 3 hours fishing time left on Classic Day. Continuing now with our live coverage. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic presented by Jockey Outdoors. This is the World Championship of Bass Fishing, our live coverage. Sponsored by Toyota. What a great story we have going on out there right now. Our leader to start this day, Justin Hamner of Northport, Alabama. Justin Hamner, you laid out his story for us, Mark Zona, working on a concrete pouring crew by the day, in the evenings cutting the grass at the University of Alabama.
He honestly almost made us cry yesterday when he brought up his entire story, and we've known him for years. I thought he went to University of Alabama and he mowed the lawn there to do this, and if you put in for like big time full circle, it takes a lot of money to be a professional fisherman, hands down, bar none, and more people fail at this. And to see that, he almost had us crying yesterday after the weigh-in.
Very strong story. It reminds us of another story, very similar story from 30 years ago. And a young man who was a burger flipper had a chance to win the Bassmaster Classic. And it was very, very similar to the story with Justin Hamner.
This is Brian Kershaw. He's 23 years old. He's a single man from Newtown, Connecticut.
At the time, going back to the 90s, early 90s, mid 90s, we had an angler come through the Bass Federation named Brian Kershaw. He was from Connecticut.
8:15, baby! 8:15.
Brian
Brian came into the sport from the Federation open-minded, and he had some negative results, but he didn't let those negative results, tell him that he couldn't be the best.
Now, Brian Kirchhoff, let me tell you something. This is the only man in history to ever qualify for the Bassmasters Classic on 2 consecutive years. Not to the climbing of the ladder on the pro side, but he came here as a Federation man. He works in a get-and-go sort of a short-order restaurant, and he qualified for this Classic last year by way of the Federation, and again set the record by qualifying once again.
For a lot of us in the Northeast, it became this thing that was, almost like, you can do it. A guy from the Northeast who's a regular dude who works at a burger shop can work hard and make this event and win.
We need 8 pounds and 15 ounces to see if you're going to win this tournament. 11 pounds, 4 ounces, there's your winner of the Bassmasters Classic. First time ever.
I don't think anybody ever thought that a Federation guy would win the Classic. When he did, it was big news, man.
When Kershaw won, it became possible. Like, it was real.
He just kept pounding against the wall, and everything lined up, and he ended up winning the Classic, being on top of the world, and a hero to so many people that have that dream that can they succeed, can they be the best? Well, Brian did it. Maybe I can do it too.
One of the most inspirational sports stories of all time, with unfortunately a sad result ending within a year. Brian Kirchhoff would pass away in an airplane crash. His life was ended, but what a story for going from last place in the Classic to first place, winning the Classic. And man, just something. And the only, to this day, the only Bass Nation, at that time the Federation member, to actually win the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah,
and he stands as a hero.
Yeah, every year tens of thousands of anglers try to qualify for the Classic. To make it through that Federation, the nation now that we call it. Very few make it here, and he's the only one to actually win. I had the pleasure of knowing Brian Kirchhoff, his passion, his desire. It's just so much like Justin Hamner, just dreamed of doing it, had a job that didn't pay a whole lot of money, but was able to live his dream. Unfortunately, it ended for him way too early.
Absolutely. Did not have time to, it changed his life. He did not have the time to see all those changes come to fruition.
And you don't want to say this, but a lot of the amateurs that come through the nation that come to fish the Bassmaster Classic, we actually opened up yesterday on FS1 with this. They're happy to be here, but kind of intimidated by the full-time touring pros. You see that a lot in the PGA.
Sure.
Hey, man, they're happy to be. That was so cool to watch Brian Kirchhoff get that done, and it did. It made some of the full-time pro. Davey, I hate to say it, made a lot of the full-time pros. They're like, I didn't like that.
Yeah, well.
Mike Iaconelli helping to tell that story there, and he himself, a nation champion who went on to win a Classic. Now back to Hamner Live.
I'm sorry. They starting to get ready to eat, son. They getting ready to eat. I mean, that's the furthest I've seen one come up from a bait yet all week.
Smallest fish is about 2 pounds. You can see there on the bottom left of the screen. Don't know if that's going to help. It's going to be real close. If it's 2-1, though, it's a good thing because it could come down to ounces.
Absolutely.
You never know in this tournament.
He's got 2 fish he entered as 2-0, 2 pounds even.
Justin Hamner throwing a suspending jerkbait pretty much the entire tournament.
Shook his head.
Nah.
Did not help.
Thought it was better than that at first. You dang right I am. Because they're feeding right now.
Big key is for him to get see these fish move. You see he goes back up and down the same banks, which is unusual for these fishermen, but he does that. if he gets them to move, and a lot of times they'll be a little too close to the boat, they want to follow too much. When he makes another pass, he knows the target to throw to and makes a longer cast, so he'll have more opportunity to get those fish to actually bite that bait instead of just follow it up to the boat.
If you watch from above right there, you see him twitching that bait. It suspends and it stops, and that gives the fish time to react to it. And so many other anglers tried to make this style, this exact technique happen in this tournament. We asked him after the day one weigh-in, why are you the dude? Why are you the guy, the man that made this happen? He says other anglers just fished too fast.
Oh, Shane LaHue with a 6-pounder coming across the board. Big fish to the Mercury Big Bass leader right now.
Fish
I saw that sucker come up and eat it on my phone.
does not look like a 2-pounder. Nope.
No, and that size bass, he caught probably 30 of those in the first hour yesterday.
It looked good, didn't it?
Pitching a jig around. Haven't seen him do that a whole lot the first 2 days. He's done it more this morning than he has in 2 full days. But he's got another fish on.
Oh, my gosh.
Why y'all so little? Dude, that's pretty fun, though. I like setting the hook on a jig. I need that big and to eat it, though. There's so many fish in there.
You hear Hamner make the comment, there's so many fish in there, and if you're watching this and you don't feel, how does he know that? That sonar he is using does not only just tell you there's fish in there, it tells you exactly how many are in there.
As he explained it to us, he says, what I'm doing is simple. I'm just going down the bank and looking at and seeing how many pre-spawners are out there.
You see,
and
right,
that's what he's looking at.
Right at 20 foot. You see that bright line? That is the bottom. That's the slope if you look to your right. If you look at the slope of the bank behind him, and just under 20 foot, you see that little shining blip. That's a fish. And then there's one to the left, right at about 10 foot. Some up shallower. But every time he moves that trolling motor around, it is basically, lack of a better term, it is like a spotlight under the water.
Yeah, he's scanning. When you see it move so much, it's a trolling motor moving from the shoreline facing out, and you see, instead of that, you look up at the bank, and it's a good visual of what that is showing you on the picture to the left, the contour and how steep it is, and that's him just out from the bank. Now he has moved his trolling motor out towards the center where it gets flatter.
So the left side of the screen, right where it says 4.4, that is right under his boat. Okay, see how he's up near the shoreline, then he'll get his lure unhung and he'll pull back out. So right where that 7.4 is, that is under his boat.
Yep. The top numbers are the distance from his trolling motor away from. You go from 0 to 90. He's got it set on 90 feet. And then the numbers that are going down on the left side of the screen is the depth.
Hey, thank you.
Obviously a little bit juiced up, saying they're fixing to really get going right now. And he is catching handfuls of them as it stands right now. But Justin Hamner on top now has widened the lead, widened that gap past the 2.5-pound mark. Adam Rasmussen still in pursuit, along with Jay Shakurik, Kyle Patrick, and Corey Johnston. And Justin Hamner So happy-go-lucky, seems to worry about nothing, but it seemed to dawn on him after he had the lead after the weigh-in on day number 2 that he's very close to that trophy.
I'm Justin Hamner, and I'm 5 bass away from winning the Bassmaster Classic. It's crazy. The more stability in this sport you can find, the more success you're going to have. There's going to be days where the instability makes them change, and if you figure it out for that day, that's fantastic. But it's been the weirdest feeling all week. I had a terrible practice, didn't even worry about it, was super confident going into day 1, not even knowing where I was going. It's just been, it's been a cool feeling. That's what it's all about, is that trophy. I don't want that thing. Yeah. Can we go fishing?
I mean, being from Wisconsin, Minnesota, obviously, like, we don't fish down south that much. We have a lot of people watching from back in Wisconsin. My wife, 4 daughters are here, my mom and dad. It's mind-blowing. This truly is the biggest stage in bass fishing.
That's like, you know, when you're a kid and you dream about being on the Bassmaster Classic. I mean, back home, Lake Tuscaloosa, I'd catch like a 2.5 pounder and just, yeah, never give up. That whole deal, like, to be able to actually go out there in front of the crowd, pulling them big old fish out of that live well, it's pretty good.
Your BMC on point right now, living the dream out here on the Bassmaster Classic. That's what this week, that's what this day especially is all about. 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Justin Hamner of Alabama started the day with the lead, trying to go wire to wire. In this one, Adam Rasmussen from Wisconsin. Northern anglers doing well in the Classic is certainly not unheard of. It's kind of a classic tradition. Absolutely. In fact, let's talk about last year, 2023. How about an extreme northern visitor here to the United States?
Let's go back to Knoxville, everybody.
Yes, let's do that. Jeff Gustafson, who had given us a preview of this a couple of years before on this very body of water.
Known as the Canadian snow leopard.
Absolutely.
It's not leprechaun?
It actually is, and I've got yelled at from some of the bosses for saying that. But in all honesty, if you really look, to me, that's exactly what you are. The Canadian snow leprechaun. And it was not without a little bit of drama, and here's why. Is basically when Gussie won the Bassmaster Elite Series on that same body of water, basically just blew it away with all smallmouth. On the last day of that Bassmaster Classic, we like a little bit of drama, and these guys get to catch a 5 bass limit on that last day. You made us a little bit nervous. Tell the folks here on Fox what exactly happened.
Yeah, so obviously the first 2 days went real well. Couldn't have dreamed it up any better. I mean, put limits of smallmouths in the boat, something Ronnie Moore said couldn't be done. That was one of the highlights of it. But the third day, it got tough, and I think, you know, I saw Hamner last night. He was the last person I saw leaving the arena, and I said to him, "You're gonna have the most stressful day of your life tomorrow." His lead's about like what I had last year, similar, and you know, it's a big lead, but you still got to catch some fish, and it looks like he's, you know, probably a big bite or two away from putting it away, but it's still, you never know.
Connect that real quick for the folks that can't. The voices that are, you've got 2 bass in the live one. Granted, he is nowhere near the pace that he was on the last 2 days. And what you start thinking.
And you do, because as an angler, you're out there, you don't know what anyone else has, and that's you're always expecting like like Jason Christie was in 10th place to start today, and like I'm sure he's thinking about Christie today a little bit out there. You know, he had a much better day yesterday. But I mean, anyone in the top 10, and we saw what happened last time the Classic was here. So all day, I mean, it's not going to stop until he gets in and gets to, you know, get the report. But like it's a stressful day, I guarantee you. No matter how much you catch, you just never think it's going to be enough.
First Canadian to win the Bassmaster Classic. It was quite a party after the weigh-in last year. For a guy like Justin Hamner, you've lived it now for 1 full year. What does that do to his life?
It's life-changing. Obviously you're going to get a lot of good things that come from it, from a sponsorship standpoint, media opportunities.
Money.
Yeah,
money.
Yeah, you win some money. No, it's amazing. And I mean, like I've just said, for anyone that fishes bass tournaments, I mean, this event is the dream. Just to get to fishing, it's an awesome experience. But to win it, you get into a pretty special group, and it's, like I said, it's been life-changing for me, and just in all good.
Jeff, even though the tournament is only 3 days long, it seems like more often than not, somebody has to endure one tough day, but it's not usually on the final day. Was that like extra stressful to endure that? What went through your mind?
I've never, like, I'm pretty easy-going, pretty laid back. I don't get too worked up, good or bad. I mean, when I weigh in and walk off the stage every day, then that, you know, the next day it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. And I that third day, I mean, I can remember at noon, I'm trying to like hold my minnow still, and my hands shaking like
Wow.
it was crazy. And then obviously it didn't go exactly how I wanted it to go that day. I had an hour boat ride back in, and I didn't think I was going to win. I mean, somebody's always the hero on the final day of the Classic.
You did not think you were going to win?
No. Well, how do you? You got 2 fish,
right.
And I had a pretty good lead, but like, if somebody catches 15 or 16 pounds, which you would have expected, luckily it's a tough place to fish, and it was tough conditions that day, no wind, bright sun, and it worked out.
We watch the technology that has been a big topic in the world of professional fishing the last few weeks. And Justin Hamner basically has mastered it this entire week, with you being one of them. Some of the best sonar fishermen, it never clicked. Why did it? Because I hate to say this, when it clicks for one of you guys with a sonar tournament, it seems like all of you do well. That has not been the case in this tournament.
So I haven't got to see any footage yet or what's going on out here. And just now watching Hamner, I mean, he goes in behind these docks and his eyes don't come off the screen. If I'm going, like I snuck in and flipped around a bunch of docks yesterday. I'm not looking at my screen. I'm just old school. Like, I'm going to put one off the back float. If there's a lay down, I'm putting my jig on that, and then, carry on. And that's a good lesson for everybody right there. I mean, you really try not, the less you can take your eyes off that screen, the more fish you're probably going to catch.
He is able, we talked about this, he's able to know how many are down. He's able to know how many are actually under those boat docks.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's impressive for sure.
We got a whole lot of wind predicted to pile up on us here in the latter part of this last half of the day here. What effect is that going to have on these guys?
I can tell you one thing. It gets rough out there more than you think. You look at the map, it doesn't look like that big a body of water. And just to get around even, I mean, it's farther than you think to run down the lake. And, Drew Cook was a victim of that on day one, being late. And I've been calling him Team Timex the last couple days. But it's bigger water than it looks like on some of those stretches, and that from Shangri-La up to the bridge. I mean, that's going to get real sporty this afternoon.
You look at 2 Wisconsin anglers. We've never had that in a Bassmaster Classic on the final day in the top 5. Why has this set up for northern anglers to do well on this body of water? We have seen it in tournaments past here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a coincidence or, I mean, you see Corey Johnson and Kyle Patrick. I mean, those are northern guys too, right up there. I think we're just getting better at bass fishing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't feel, it doesn't feel like you're fishing anywhere real odd when you're out here. I mean, the water, I don't know, where Hamner's fishing, it's semi-clear, and I think where a lot of the guys are fishing, it's semi-clear water, it's rocks, it's, you know, it's not standing timber, you know, fluctuating water conditions, stuff that maybe we don't get to see a lot of up north.
Any lake like this up in your neck of the woods with no submerged vegetation and no standing timber, none of that stuff?
Our lakes, we get some pretty grass and
it's all grass, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think this place is missing. It would be amazing if we had some grass.
Now, you had the convenience in Knoxville. You put it on the trailer, and you were pretty much headed to the arena to weigh in.
Yeah.
We got a 70-mile ride that your leader gets to think about it.
Yeah.
It's a big difference.
So when I told him that last night, you're going to have the most stressful day of your life tomorrow, he actually looked at me and said, nah, I'm going to have 23 pounds in the first hour, and it's going to be great. And he laughed and walked away, and I just said, good luck, man. And he laughed, and, you know, but I'm sure he's thinking about it a little bit now, but he looks pretty calm. I mean, he's you know, he's taking his time. Like, that's good. You don't want to get too, like, rammy or, you know, or whatever. You know, it looks like he's calm, and that's probably what he needs to do. But that is a long ride back, and, you know, if his lead isn't more than less than 4 or 5 pounds, he's gonna be wondering the whole way. Wow, that looks fun.
The big one started chasing after it when this one started. Come on, girl.
So he.
Come on, girl.
Yeah.
There's a school
I never
right
got
there.
to see anything like that on Grand Lake.
Right at that, if you look at the top of your screen, at that 40-foot mark, his bait is coming to the left, and there's 2 or 3 fish to the right of that.
That's the one he's probably targeting, those bigger dots. Up closer to the bank. It looks like some smaller ones probably followed out that one that he caught.
Ooh.
Yeah, those look like real ones.
Talk about that. The bigger the return, the bigger the blob,
yeah,
the bigger the fish.
The bigger the fish. The most challenging thing on this lake is there's a lot of fish in it, and I mean not just bass, catfish and drum and crappie. What else did I catch out there? There's a lot of life, and just about anywhere you put that thing down, you see fish, and that's where you got to. It's just practice and doing it to learn like what's a bass and what are some of the other fish. But usually when they follow it like that and move on your bait, those are bass. Looks like some bait kind of cruising through there too, maybe. But it looked like there was something good following them. There was a little brush pile.
Jeff, you see, I'd like to have seen more scenes like this on your screen during the course of the thing. Well, we sure appreciate it, man. You're dropping by here. You're a great angler, an angling innovator, an outdoor rider, and always will be a Bassmaster Classic champion.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. It's been an amazing year and an experience. Like I just want to do it again. The best part tonight is for whoever wins is going to be tonight. The best part of the whole winning this tournament. That was the highlight for me last year, the Champions Toast on Sunday night that Bassmaster
How long did that
puts
toast
on.
go?
A few hours, yeah, and it went into the night too later. But that was the highlight of, and that's why I want to win this tournament again, because to get to experience that, it's amazing. You know, a lot of the anglers were there. KVD showed up, like pretty awesome to see that guy, and I can tell you, I'll never miss as long as I'm coming to these. I'll never miss it.
Well, I guess you're going to head over to the Expo and finish your reign, your year at the top there, and as the representative, the face of bass fishing, of which you've done a great job.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys.
Great Jeff Gustafson, champion from 2023, Knoxville, Tennessee, with us today. Great guy and a great angler for sure. Justin Hamner trying to be his successor. He's laying the groundwork. He laid the groundwork in the first 2 days.
And Tommy, I made a comment last year when he won this tournament right here, Jeff Gustafson. I said, man, good guys do finish first. One of the best dudes in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
What a great, wow, surviving a final day that would test anyone. Got through it all and a happy ending.
I still can't believe it all worked out. It's I have that thought like once or twice every day. Just
Jeff Gustafson will be back 2024 Bassmaster Classic when we return. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2024. 40 of our anglers who qualified out of the original 56 come from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Their most recent tournament was just a couple of weeks ago down at Lake Fork. Fantastic Lake Fork in Texas. And Trey McKinney, the rookie, man, oh man, what a show he put on, him and the whole top 10.
Guys, 19 years old, 130 pounds, 15 ounces, one of the biggest weight tournaments we have ever had on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Giant Bass. I actually had that tournament off, and I said, I am not tuning in, and watched every second Tommy Sanders and Davey Heights.
Way to take some time off there, Z. Yes, absolutely. What a display that was, and this young man is
he's for real
skilled beyond his years. I can tell you, of course, he's been fishing professionally basically for 9 years. It's just hadn't been.
He started when he was 8 years old.
Yeah, that's right. Trey McKinney. Look at the Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year title standings, I should say. Tied Trey McKinney and Ben Milliken, 2 rookies. At the top of that leaderboard right there, Patrick Walters, a single point back. It's really tight. This is going to be a good race all season long.
Have we ever had 2 rookies tied for first place in the Angler of the Year?
And look at 4th place, a name we should be familiar with by now today if you've been watching, been following along at home. Our leader of the tournament, Justin Hamner, fishing in his 2nd Bassmaster Classic.
Having such a good year. He's in 4th place and has only dropped 9 points after 2 events. So 2 top 5s for him.
Well, you've heard for decades in professional fishing that momentum is not a factor. That is absolutely not true in professional fishing. Gotten a little bit slow for Adam Rasmussen.
He's got some momentum going also. He's had 2 wins and Bassmaster wins in the last, about 14, 16 months, something like that. That's
Big Opens win, Big Nation win.
Sun's kind of peeking out up there as well. And in practice, he caught a 29-pound bag, had a 29-pound day.
Boy, 2 totally different approaches. Very flat where Adam Rasmussen is. Real steep banks, deep water with Justin Hamner. And boy, if you really look at that bottom scroll of your leaderboard, one of the biggest problems on this body of water, and we've seen it throughout the years, is traditionally a lot of quality here. Just a lot of, 3 to 4 pound bass, but it just seems eerily similar. Even the weights tend to be a lot better here than at Fort Loudon Tellico, where we were last year, where Gussie won. He was just with us up here on the set. It is so hard to stay consistent on this body of water.
It is. If you don't believe that, ask Jason Christie. And he knows this as good as anyone. He's had so many tournament wins on this body of water through the last 20, 25 years.
And he is right now in 25th place with 1 fish.
Wow.
Yeah.
As we mentioned before, this is the 3rd time that the Classic has been here to Grand Lake. Jason Christie, first 2 times, was the favorite coming in.
Hit that good stretch, and then I got another creek I ain't hit yet.
Moving out a 2-time Classic champion, Hank Cherry. good 2 solid days leading up to today. Got started fairly quickly today, but has been for the last hour or so fairly slow.
You see how shallow he is concentrating. That's been the cool thing on Grand Lake this week. Very diverse as far as how the anglers have caught him.
You got one on right there real close to the boat.
Roar.
Mixing up the baits today.
Hank Cherry, probably a keeper going to be for him right there. He's a guy who's, with all the fame and fortune with 2 classics, he really just describes himself as a guy who doesn't like the spotlight.
Big enough. Get over here. You're so much in the public eye and you fish so much with your friends at home that you're looked at as just one of the guys when you're at home, but as soon as you get away, it's a whole nother different realm. And like kids ask, what's it like to be a star? I was like, I don't look at it that way. I never have. I'm not one that wants the bright lights, the attention, the cameras. That's just not me. It's never been me. That's not why I did this. I did this because I fell in love with fishing as a young kid. That's why I do it. But the fans here are fantastic. They're very nice. They stay out of the way. They talk to you. They cheer you on. They root you on. And every time I caught one, they would go screaming. I was like, it's not going to help. And they're like, oh. But I mean, it's a good feeling to show up and be appreciated that you're there.
Guys, we're out here at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. We're in the Bass Pro Shops outdoor tailgate driven by Yokohama. You can see behind me, that's where the Bass Pro Shops booths are, right behind the Bass Live set. Then you've got Yokohama, you got Super Retriever Series, and then on this end, this is where some of the goodness and the warm feelings inside are. We've got a Mountain Dew booth, we got some barbecue. Zach, my guy, was with Hasty Bake. So, you guys are a local Tulsa company.
That's right.
What do you guys do, and are you glad to be here in the middle of your hometown with all of these people?
We are. It's really exciting. This is our first Bassmaster to be a part of, and so like you said, we're the oldest grill manufacturer in the country. Last year we celebrated our 75th anniversary, and we make these grills about 4 miles from here, and we have for a long time, and we're proud that we can crank out really good charcoal grills that are made by American, made right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Can I get some while we're here? Let me get some pineapple. I can tell you this pineapple's warm, keeping me warm today. Well, a lot of people have been coming through, grabbing some food. Grilling and bass fishing and outdoor tailgates, they all go together. Guys, I think I'm gonna try to get maybe some smoked sausage, maybe some brisket, maybe some sliders, and we'll bring it back to the Bass Live set.
How about that?
We'll take that challenge.
How about that?
I think we'll take that challenge, Bunny. As soon as you can deliver it, would not be too soon.
Take a little brisket and pineapple.
Had my attention on that one.
Great day here in Tulsa, our fantastic host city. Matt Robertson of Kentucky has made it to the Classic in 3 different ways. He's just about exhausted all the ways you can get to the Classic. Had a good day 1, had to play some catch up on day 2 to make it into our top 10, but he is in there. We are out with him right now. It's been a little slow for him today.
Caught a 6-pounder on his first cast of the morning yesterday.
Great big one. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, tell me something, son. Oh. day, son. All day. We go all day looking for that one. I just don't know if I can put it down now. I was thinking about it, but I think we need 5 of those, and we still got time. I don't care what they catch if we catch 5 of those.
Wow.
Kind of like a guy that's committed to a big fish bait. You know what I mean?
And Matt Robertson's, he's special.
He absolutely
in so
is.
many ways, Tommy Sanders.
He is a singularity.
I have no problem saying this. I have taped shows with that young man. I've spent a lot of time off the water. He is a nut pouch, but he is a fish catching nut pouch.
Well, you know, I mean, it takes all kinds. It absolutely takes all kinds. It's much like all of life. It takes all sorts of
really
personalities to make up. We have some members of the bass fishing community at the very top level who are quiet and reserved, and then we have Matt.
Yeah, we have Matt.
Yeah.
He's an entertainer, but you nailed it. He is a good fisherman.
He's phenomenal.
He got here, quickly through the Opens. He qualified for a classic before that, and now he's on the elites, and he is a good fisherman.
He literally said if he won this tournament, if he won this classic, he would blow all of the money, all of it, on a party for the next 7 days in this town.
Yeah, he always gets folks kind of riled up at the weigh-in. Again, you got the reserve types, the quiet types, and then you've got guys who stroll into the weigh-in looking like that and doing that.
Yes.
We love it.
More slick than an ugly stick. The one and only Matt Robertson.
That fur coat's like something out of The Revenant.
It does look like that.
John Daly, Lord knows what else. Maybe a little Dusty Rhodes in there. Let me hear it for the one and only Matt. Whoa, holy! Ah.
David's gonna.
I like it. It gives me a power. I feel more powerful now.
All right, look out for the hairballs.
I feel like there would be also a musk coming off of that.
Manly musk coming off of there. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of coat that is, bear, elk, whatever, but I think it was in rut when it was harvested.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Elk, maybe.
Yeah. I think it is elk.
If you look at it, though, we've covered this tournament pretty much every minute the last 3 days, throwing a big swim bait. You do not get to swat the bat many times on that, but the 2 biggest bass that we have seen on camera have come from that man right there, Matt Robertson.
Yeah.
Mercury big bass leader tied with Shane LaHue, 6-pounder on Bass Truck. But she only has 2 fish today.
Those bigger baits, in this case like an 8-inch swim bait, or those baits that you just mentioned, Z, you don't get a lot of bites on. They're so addictive, and they, it's high risk, high reward, or it can be addictive. Yesterday, him catching that big one first cast, you knew that he was not going to lay it down for the whole day, and it almost cost him.
The style fishing he's doing right there, he is literally only fishing for 5 bass, but he's fishing for the 5 biggest bass that could be weighed in today, eerily similar to guys from the past like a Denny Brower. Did not care if they totally lost the tournament, a Denny Brower, a Davey Height. You could see them at the bottom of the standings, but when they connect, it's game over.
Yeah, speaking of Denny, I think the classic that he won the year before, he'd finished dead last.
Yes.
But Denny never worried about any of that. Speaking of him, he's at home recovering from knee replacement, watching the show. And
all right. Well, hey,
Denny
shout
Brower.
out to Denny. One of the greats, one of the all-time greats.
Covered Denny Brower when I first started this 20 years ago, and I will tell you I was never more terrified of a man than covering Denny Brower. He was fun to cover at times.
Such a great personality. Once you got to know him.
Yes.
And he never was.
Yes.
I don't know. It just intimidating without saying anything. He was.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do this.
Do it.
It only means one thing, guys. Let's go. Power pole replay, the Day Highway. We're going to take a drive down there right now. Matt Robertson, we've been waiting for a big one. We said it. Throwing a giant swim bait. way down the lake here on Grand Lake of the Cherokees, not getting a lot of bites. Giant here for Matt Robertson from Kentucky. Power pole replay of the day, 2 days in a row. Matt Robertson, like we said, he has not caught many, but they have been the right ones.
Wow. Good one right there. Worthy of the replay of the day. Did that on both days, 2 and 3, championship day. And Matt Robertson, the classic, that's what he's all about. And he is a guy you really get to need to get to know.
But I wasn't letting nothing stop me. Like, I was gonna make it here. Put all them hours in, all that hard work, and day in and day out, and it just, whenever you got to do that, work your way from the bottom to get here, sometimes it just takes a little longer.
Humble beginnings for Matt Robertson, but boy, he is a shrewd marketer. Actually,
he is a shrewd marketer, and that's about as normal as you will ever hear
right.
that dude.
Yeah. Less than 2.5 hours fishing time left on this very, very important day. And that young man right there is trying to go wire to wire and win this life-changing championship. It certainly would be for Justin Hamner or anyone else who holds that trophy at the end of the day. And he's got about a 2.5-pound lead against his closest pursuer, Adam Rasmussen, and he is not out of the woods yet.
He's certainly not.
Oop, one following him at 35. 2 fish following his bait. If you look on the top of your screen at 28 feet, several fish around him. Just below the trolling motor right there, many fish. See his bait right at 25 feet. Entire school is under his bait.
Usually catch at least one of these fish when they get competitive after your bait. 3 or 4 fish there. You usually get one of them to bite.
Well, and really what that defies is throughout time, the last 100 years, when you cast out and you sit there and wonder, hey, am I near a fish? Well, you pretty much know exactly what you're around.
That mystery is no longer has any standing whatsoever.
That code has been cracked.
That is a new era in the world of bass fishing. Justin Hamner trying to be one of the kings of this new era by winning the World Championship Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Of course, we have a weigh-in, the big weigh-in coming up at the end of the day after they all travel back here. That's a ways off. We've got some fishing, plenty more fishing in time, and plenty more time for things, big things, to happen on Grand Lake.
My favorite part of the Classic so far is the friends and family from all walks of life, right? Like college soccer friends, everyone's just gathered together and, you know, just celebrated basically. You know, it's a really hard, you know, it's an incredible achievement to make it to the Bassmaster Classic in and of itself. So, you know, they've been partying it up. I've been making long drives and grinding, but you know, it's special to see that. You know, my buddy Nick Wigglesworth, you know, from Hobart Soccer to, you know, 70-year-old Jim O'Brien who taught me how to bass fish back when I was, you know, 9 years old. It's a cool thing.
Classic rookie, Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, Kyle Patrick from Cooperstown, New York. Very, very personable young man and doing very, very well out here, both in the Classic and in his first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Want to take you out to Kyle. He didn't finish in the top 10, but we've been staying with him. Robbie Floyd's been staying on him, and this was just a little bit ago. We don't have we're going boat to boat here, so we don't have the sound, but that was a good one.
Good one right there for Kyle Patrick. And our own Robbie Floyd has been with him the last couple hours. And Robbie, you have covered pretty much the last 2 decades of the Bassmaster Classic. Talk about the difference real quick, and we've noticed this especially this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The average age of angler you have covered this week compared to 10 years ago.
Yeah, they've been getting younger and younger. How old are you? 26. Yeah, he's mid-range, I would say now. Back in the day, he was a young spring chicken, but now he's kind of mid-range, it seems, with guys like Trey McKinney, winning a Bassmaster Elite Series event. You want to talk about getting right on top of the action? I am on top of the action. Hey, they just saw the replay a little bit. It was a good job catching that fish, and you made a little change. Was it the wind on that bank that made the difference?
Honestly, I just think it's an area I haven't fished yet. I don't think the wind necessarily mattered. It certainly made it harder for me to present bait.
Right.
But, maybe he pushed some bait up there and he was just hanging out. And, he actually just really short striking it. Maybe I should be using moving bait, but I just have my confidence in this right now.
Yeah. He said, again, with the wind blowing so hard, he said maybe he should use a moving bait, but with the wind blowing like it is, he has so much confidence in that bait, he doesn't want to put it down. But you saw the fish whistle. His buddy Don Hogue gave him that, and that was from way back in the day, 30 years ago. It wasn't a 5 or 6 pounder, but the whistle did come out. That was another 3 pounder. We need to step that 3 pounder up to a 5 and 6 range. You ready? He's ready. But, yeah, this is a young man's sport. And another thing you were saying, Mark, about the age of these guys, think of the talent and what it takes to get to this level. We had Kirchhoff coming up through the Federation. Now you've got junior high anglers. You've got high school. You've got college. I promise you, there's a kid watching right now that wants to be just like the gentleman over to my left. I thought he had one. And he's got a good shot at it with the farm system.
Robbie, talking about exactly that. Really, we've always said this, not only the Bassmaster Classic, but the Bassmaster Elite Series. You always wanted a lot of experience. You wanted the veterans, guys that had 15, 20 years under their belt. It's almost like they come out of college and are instantly ready to tangle, not only on the water, but from a marketing standpoint, which you did not see in years past.
Correct. And you saw that, mostly with Jordan Lee and the collegiate side of things, but I'm seeing it even younger. As we saw Trey McKinney winning, it's a high school kid, and we did have a little catch right there to the right. He's a high school student, basically age, same age as my son that's a senior in high school, winning Elite Series events. Wow. And, I've been covering the Alabama Bass Trail for 10 years. I've seen that system. Justin Hamner, I saw 10 years ago. I had a feeling he'd be pretty good. I didn't know if he would be this good. But there's a kid named Fisher Anaya that's the next level, that's still in high school, that might be the Justin Hamner 3, 4, 5 years down the road. The farm system is very, very stacked right now.
Robbie, good stuff. Thank you so much. Out there with Kyle Patrick. A little bit different from a different place than a lot of our anglers in the course of this tournament here, but the Mid-Lake is playing big time. We haven't seen Lee Livesey in a while. Time to check into third place, Jay Shakura.
I believe Jay's in his mid-20s, and it's almost like he's a salty veteran at this point. He's been around the block,
He's
Tommy.
the old guard.
Get in the boat.
Jay has done a good job mixing it up with baits and different cover and structure that he's been trying to fish.
I don't know what it is about this spot, but I'm just dragging that structure jig on it, and they must just be coming in here by the minute.
First day, it seemed like all he had going was a jerk bait, and then today he's catching them on everything that he picks up, a jig, a crankbait.
the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, his rookie season. Jay Shakira showed us he's got what it takes to come out here. He came and shattered a record or even a concept, I guess you'd say. 100 pounds of smallmouth bass in a single tournament.
I never thought that would be done on smallmouth bass. And not only that, done on smallmouth bass, a 5-pound average off of one spot, about a 3-acre area. And that's when he kind of sent note to the rest of the field. He was here and here for a long, long time.
Absolutely. Z, you and I met there about 30 years ago, so we've been fishing there a long time. A lot of Bassmaster events there through the years, and just fun fishing trips through the years. For him to catch 100-pound of smallmouth, average over 25 pounds a day, it's unbelievable.
Think about it. A 5-pound, one 5-pound smallmouth in a lot of people's lives, that is the catch of a lifetime. He did that day after day after day in that event.
Comes from a walleye family. I'm sorry, go ahead, Such.
He knocked off Casey Estes, our youngest ever elite winner, which was just beaten again a couple weeks ago.
Let's get over visit with Cooper Gallant. We had Jeff Gustafson, our defending champ, up on the stage a little while ago. A visit with him about his reign as the top man in the sport. Cooper Gallant, one of the up-and-comers from Canada.
Cooper Gallant, one of those anglers we were concerned about fishing.
Wind.
Exposed to the wind in the Horse Creek area that he was fishing. Now he's obviously moved back into a pocket.
Oh, yeah.
You heard Robbie Floyd talk about the Bassmaster High School Series, the Junior Series, and the
Gotta be a couple good ones in here, though. Like, they're everywhere.
Bassmaster College Series. Not only that, when you combine that with obviously the technology side of the electronics now, my children are way better with electronics than I am, and I know a lot of our viewers can relate to that. It makes them ready for the game.
Cooper Gallant hooked up again. Looks like a better fish than the one he just caught. Yeah, a little better. Heck yeah. Number 5 for
Decent one, eh?
That could be a $5,000 fish. Get him in the top 10.
Cooper Gallant in his 3rd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fishing his classic, doing very, very well. Keep our eye on him today. Trying to climb his way back into the top 10 as it stands right now, but still has been for a long time. 2.5 pounds is the lead Justin Hamner has over Adam Rasmussen. That race is still very, very tight as we get on and on. The hours, the minutes are rolling by here on the final day, Championship Sunday, the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, rolls on here, getting closer and closer to the end of the day. About 2 hours fishing time for our 25 anglers who are left out there. Justin Hamner still on top, 2.5 pounds ahead of Adam Rasmussen. Right now we want to take you inside of one of the big attractions, big part of Classic Week, the Bassmaster Outdoors Expo, sponsored by GSM Outdoors. Ronnie Moore is there.
Here we are at the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. I'm with my guy, Gerald Swindle. We're in the Toyota booth, and G-Man, the last few hours of the Bassmaster Classic are winding down. I know you've been trying to keep up. Hamner, 5-6 pound lead coming in the day. Rasmussen, an Opens winner, coming out of nowhere, big final day. That's what happens at the Bassmaster Classic.
Somebody always steps up and makes a run at it. And when I laid down last night, I looked at the lead and I was like, Hamner's got a pretty comfortable lead. But it is the Bassmasters Classic. Somebody's going to step up, and that's exactly what Rasmussen's done. He has made those key bites count, and they seem to be bigger. So he had a 5 or 6 pound lead, which is now down to 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds, and we still got 3 hours left to fish or something. It could go down, Ronnie. We could have
I would like to know the emotions. You could probably know what Hamner's feeling like. Is it slipping away? And you can feel like Rasmus like I'm reeling him in. So that's a big emotional switch on both sides.
Well, if you're around the Bassmaster Classic, you better show up to the Expo, get to see G-Man in the Toyota booth. Gerald, we don't want to see you in the booth next year. We're going to see you on the water. We got 2 coming up in Florida, 2 in his home state of Alabama. Watch out for Gerald the second half of the season.
All right, the G-Man. Bassmaster Classic Outdoor Show. One of the best outdoor shows in the world.
Absolutely.
Presented by GSM Outdoors. We just finished a little visit to Cooper Gallant back in this spot here where he's he's caught 2 decent ones in a row.
Oh, he has found himself like a little hidey hole right here.
Sure has.
He wanted out of that wind.
Yeah, he's out of it now.
Yeah, yeah. She's going in the box. I'll call.
Cooper Gallant's smallest fish is 1 pound. That'll certainly help him. That fish he just caught there was more than 1 pound. You see how quick things can change for angler. He just caught his 4th, 5th fish and now 1 to go. Can't possess over 5 fish here in this tournament legally, so he's got to release the smallest one before he can go back to fishing.
Let's get back to our leader, Justin Hamner, trying to go wire to wire in this World Championship. 20 pounds plus on each of the 2 days leading up to Championship Sunday.
Total payout for the Classic is $1,078,000. First place, of course, is $300,000. That is more than Hamner has made in his events in his B.A.S.S career so far.
His 4th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
First place being $300,000, but a lot more to go along with this title of being the Bassmaster Classic champion. I don't think he'll be mowing lawns anytime soon if he's able to hold on to the lead.
See, every single one of these casts is very, very precise. He's not just flailing around and hoping to get a bite. You can see he's able to actually scan under that dock.
Well, Justin Hamner's one of the new wave, I guess you could say. We got a lot of names for the different levels of acceptance of technology, and he gives his technology skills an A.
We're up close and personal, and I'm fishing off of the instincts that I grew up fishing. Yes, I'm using my forward facing. I mean, I'm using the technology to see how they react to it, but my decision making is going off of, you know, what's in front of me. I'm literally just going down the bank, but I'm able to change how I'm using the bait to be able to make them commit and eat it sideways like that. I can change the colors, I can change the cadence, the speed, things like that, and then they gag on it.
Well, they have definitely done that. We'll get a look at that bait. We have one of them right here behind the desk, and when he says they gag on it, a lot of the fish that he has hooked, the big ones, a lot of the big ones would have his bait absolutely T-boned the first 2 days of this tournament.
Jeff Gustafson was amazed that he could go fish that dock just clean it out and never look at the dock.
Yeah.
Keep his eyes on the screen the whole time. Jeff said, I got to look at the dock if I'm on cast to it. To Cooper Gallant.
Oh, decent one. Definitely help.
Boy, he has found a pocket that is loaded. That is about as many shallow fish in one condensed area we have seen this week.
I don't even remember which one's which now.
More and more fish coming up shallow as this week has progressed.
It's that magic time of the year. Great time of the year to come to Grand Lake of the Cherokees for sure. This place has been legendary for fishing for over 6 or 7 decades now. Famous for the Bassmaster Classic as well. This is the 2024 edition, the 54th ever World Championship. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, and Justin Hamner trying to keep it simple and trying to stay ahead of the competition. He has a 2.5-pound advantage over Adam Rasmussen. Jay Shakurit, Kyle Patrick, Corey Johnston, his closest pursuers. We'll take a quick break and come right back. The Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Clock is ticking. We are marching our way through the minutes and the hours, getting closer and closer. Over 2 hours of fishing time for these 25 anglers out here today. Cooper Gallant, as you say, found himself a little hidey hole.
Absolutely.
That is loaded up. He doesn't have to move. He can sit there and they're coming to him.
Well, we said that this lake was changing. A lot of fish coming shallow, but this is the best numbers we've seen up in one pocket here the last couple days.
It is, and if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the arms off of a main creek that Hank Cherry has been fishing.
Absolutely.
Didn't have as much success in there this morning, maybe because they all went to the back.
Oh, this one's a scrapper. I don't think it'll even help. No.
Got to have bigger ones than that to win this event, but he's certainly earned more money, probably about to the tune of $5,000 more that pocket has made him in the last 30 minutes.
Exactly, Davey Height, and he's only 2 ounces inside the top 10. 11th, you're back down another $5 grand.
Looks good for cranking in here. I just hadn't been in here.
Really, this is the time of day we've seen some of our bigger bass caught this week. Water starts to warm a little bit. Skies get a little higher.
Not big, but he'll help if I can get him in. He's barely hooked. I mean, one little bitty hook. Come on up here, Peckerhead. Thankful I got Gamakatsus. Yep. That'll get me up to 14.
Guys, we want to talk about resumes with like Hank Cherry, maybe trying to win 3 classics in 5 years. Lee Livesey, this is his 4th Bassmaster Classic in just the last 5 years. He's never finished worse than 15th in any classic he's ever fished. Top 15 in every classic.
That's hard to do.
do something.
Pretty fish.
Oh, man, they're beautiful here. They're healthy. It might be hard to catch, but they're healthy. Do that stuff. Number 4 is going. I don't think that's it.
Lee Livesey with 3 wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 is at his home lake, Lake Fork in Texas. 1 at Chickamauga on the Tennessee River.
Looks like Justin Hamner has made a move.
Justin still sitting there 2.5 pounds ahead of his nearest rival, Adam Rasmussen. Been a while since either one has added a keeper.
Yeah, surprising afternoon so far for Adam Rasmussen.
Oh, there's a fish on his bait. Yep, hooked up. Oh. That fish was extremely aggressive.
Yes.
Came right off the bottom.
And the if you looked at when he loaded up on that fish gave a bigger return. That blob, the bigger the return, generally the bigger the fish. That was, you could tell, that was a better than average size one for Justin Hamner.
Guys, we've talked about different baits that are factoring on this lake, and we've talked about how this is kind of 3 lakes in one. If you think about Grand Lake, not the biggest body of water, but at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, the wall of knowledge here at the Classic, you can look at Grand Lake and look at it kind of in 3 different sections. Based on our Hummingbird Lake Master mapping here, you can see the different colorations for the viewers at home. Red is ultra shallow, green and yellow are the next level of depth, blue is the absolute deepest water. So up in this region of the lake, that's going to be the shallowest. That's the Wolf Creek to up the Neosho towards the Elk River. That region has consumed some anglers. Taku Ito each afternoon, making every afternoon Taku Ito's made his move to Elk River. We've seen Hank Cherry up the river, jigs, chatterbaits, spinnerbaits, things like that. We think about the mid-lake portion, that Horse Creek region that we're really talking about. Most of the day 2 and day 3 action, you're seeing jerkbaits come into play. You're seeing the jigs, the crankbaits, spinnerbaits, all kinds of things factoring here. Then we get to the bottom of the lake. Guys like Cooper Gallant or Taku Ito in the morning, Luke Palmer earlier in the event. These guys have been using those forward-facing Demiki baits, jerk baits as well, a lot more deeper, clearer water. And so you can kind of pick your poison here. A lot colder water at the bottom of the lake, warming right here, and the absolute warmest up here. So shallow or deep, you can pick your poison here, and that's why different baits have shown up for the Bassmaster Classic this week.
Ronnie Taku Ito told us he was going to start down almost to the bottom there, but sometime today he'd go all the way up to the top to the Elk River. Has he made that move yet?
That's the one big thing. He was worried, the 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. It's not easy with every turn of Grand.
Yeah,
You're going
no
to
kidding.
face some delays for sure.
You talk about your leader in this tournament, dominant Justin Hamner, primarily one weapon the entire tournament. This is called a suspending jerkbait, a deep suspending jerkbait. The longer the bill, the deeper that bait is going to dive. And really, the 2 biggest keys to this bait, number 1, he's putting on bigger hooks that'll actually, this is called a suspending jerkbait, so every time you see him twitching his rod, that bait will stay suspended in the water column. But with those bigger hooks, it'll actually slow sink to where it's always in the strike zone for those fish to get. The other big key to this suspending jerkbait is that lip right there. If you notice, the one thing that he has been saying this entire tournament, a lot of these fish are coming out of submerged timber, brush piles. That lip kind of comes to a little bit of a point and comes through all of that. Even though you have 9 hooks on here, that lip deflects off of that wood a lot better. And how you really know that you're throwing the right bait, a lot of his fish have had it like that. That right there could be the winning Bassmaster Classic bait.
All right. Key piece of tackle right there.
Yeah.
Winning a Bassmaster Classic.
I've worked on that tirelessly.
Worth whatever you pay for it. Yes. Very, very good. That's the way the unofficial standings sit right now, with Justin Hamner on top, still maintaining that 2.5-pound advantage over Rasmussen. The rest of the field, considerable distance back. They're going to have to really get something big time going here involving some 5-pounders, maybe even a 6-pounder or so, or multiple 5s. Time is ticking. We are getting closer to the end. Next weekend, pro football is back on Fox as the UFL kicks off Saturday with the USFL champion Birmingham Stallions taking on the XFL champion Arlington Renegades. Kickoff weekend continues next Sunday on ESPN.
But Tommy, I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to get fired up about that NFL draft. But
you have been fired up about that. You're not starting. You've been fired up for 3 months.
Listen,
on that.
I've already done like 73 mock drafts for the
Still
Chicago
looking
Bears.
for a quarterback.
Chicago Bears are on the clock.
I wish you were
Chicago Bears are on the
exaggerating.
clock. I am all in on Caleb Williams. I have divorced Justin Fields.
Duly noted. Justin Hammer remains on top here. Adam Rasmussen remains 2.5 pounds back. That's the two-man race. It's just arithmetic. The farther the clock ticks on, the more it's looking like a two-man race.
Yeah, and really what's been very bizarre about Adam Rasmussen, really solid morning, and his afternoons have been dazzling, to say the least. Very slow, but it is time to look at your marathon peak performance. Off his pace of day number 1 and day 2, he was over 40 pounds, had a 4-pound average B.A.S. in his live well pretty much every day of this tournament except for today. But this right here, your marathon peak performance might just be enough. Unofficially 13 pounds and 12 ounces in Justin Hamner's live well, and today that catch right there, unofficially 56 pounds and 2 ounces, might change this young man's life. That is your marathon peak performance, Tommy Sanders.
Yes, Justin Hamner stated that he would probably need 20 pounds. That was probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but
no, I think
at this
really
time he's
thought
at 13.
So yes,
yeah. Back up to Takamito.
Okay, yes.
Spinner baiting?
Hopefully. Oh. Yeah. Taku Kyung, do that. Spinner bait. Hopefully.
Good one right there for Taku Ito.
Currently in 8th place. Is
solid fish.
Just on the outside of the Elk River there. Elk River where the big weight came on the last day in 2016 to win this tournament. Our 2 leaders, Rasmussen and Hamner.
For 40-mile-per-hour winds, if you look at where
wait a minute. Yeah, there's something.
What has happened here?
Catching a bunch of fish, but man.
Yeah, we just have not. I mean, the wind has blown today, no doubt, but so far, nothing like the forecast. No.
Davey, you made a comment during our commercial break about Justin Hamner. Talk about that.
So, he's got the lead with hours remaining in this tournament, and you look and say, gosh, a 32, 33-year-old angler winning the Bassmaster Classic. He's certainly the favorite at this point. He is the perfect example of what our sport has become or is becoming. About that age, using his electronics very effectively. The story, the thing that is common is he came from, mowing grass, mowing lawns, to this level, the highest level of our sport. That has kind of been the common denominator. But now, as far as anglers, when I started, average age of successful anglers was in the 40s. Yeah. Now it's certainly low 30s, maybe even upper 20s.
Yeah.
To kind of piggyback on that, one of the things that has amazed, dude, we've covered this for a long time, is how anglers from their late teens to 30 years old are able to go with this technology to bodies of water that are 70 miles long, 80 miles, Great Lakes, right? Lake Ontario. Sure. They're able to go to bodies of water and shred them and absolutely learn them in a matter. Listen, a lot of times you would need experience, repetitive looks at a body of water. They're able to go one time and know everything there is about it.
Well, it's the tools that they have, available to them now. I recognize even when I started, and, I was one of the younger ones that started. I started at 26, 27 years old. Professionally, I had a lot of local experience. But one thing that I recognized early on is, man, when you're at your best mentally and physically, athletically, you didn't have enough knowledge. Most anglers just didn't have enough experience and didn't, the best way to learn was Bassmaster magazine that you got once a month.
And a map.
Now you can go online, you can YouTube, you can read all, you can just absorb as much as you want to.
With a keystroke.
Yes.
Yeah, which would take you a month to find it otherwise, or phone calls and all this kind of stuff. It's just short-circuited everything.
And that's, it's like with my two sons. They have moved off and done great things there away from home, but that's what we raised them to be. Their mother and I raised them to be great and to go and do bigger and better things. We have started educating and teaching anglers, middle school and high school anglers, to be great anglers at a younger age, and that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, you want your kids to stay around home, but then you don't. You want to get out and live your life. And,
now.
Yeah, you raise them to be a certain way, and then don't regret what you're seeing afterwards.
And then we're going to go back to where we started this morning.
Yeah, this is one of the first times today, Adam Rasmussen getting away from his primary area
Got my hat out.
in Horse Creek.
It's a pretty little creek, though.
This move by Rasmussen is kind of to me, it's a bad look, because this isn't what got him here.
Especially this time of day.
Yes, at this time of day. But we also, and I know I've been very complimentary of the way he has made adjustments every day and during different parts of the day. So this is when he says he fishes best, when he needs to make a move and he just trusts his instincts. So, but as you can tell, it's a little bit of a desperation move. It's totally different than what got him to this point, being in second place in the Bassmaster Classic. And the other thing about the being younger and successful anglers in our tournament, at this point, without the technology he has, when he left the dock this morning, he had no doubts about I'm going where the fish are.
Yeah.
Right there.
For most of the history of this sport, you had doubts about whether those fish were going to be there, and you didn't know it.
You wondered
when you got there.
You wondered and hoped.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I see them coming out after it, that's when I start making multiple casts.
Really good.
I just pulled those.
See his bait there, 3 fish following his bait.
But I just got to keep casting at them, until I can actually get it close enough to their strike zone. That's a good one right there.
See, right at 38 feet in front of his boat.
TH Marine Weather Watch right there. 40-mile-an-hour gust predicted for today. That has, as Jason Christie says, the weatherman let me down. He wanted that, but he didn't get it, and it's not happened so far. It's blowing steady, but it's out there, but it hasn't got here.
Right. It's been a steady 15-mile-per-hour wind. Some gusts maybe to 25, but nowhere near that gusts that we were expected to have. I mean, we were a little bit scared that this set was going to blow away this afternoon.
It's shaped like a wing.
Exactly.
I was a little scared of that.
I'm happy it hasn't happened.
Yes. Good news on that front. All right, we press on toward the thrilling climax of this all-important fishing day. We're going to break the tension with some Northland Daily trivia. How about that? How many countries have had anglers in Bassmaster Classics?
Ooh.
It does have an international appeal. Is it 5 countries, 6 countries, 7 countries, or 8? How many countries have had anglers in Bassmaster Classics? Think about that. We'll pay it off when we come back after this break. Bassmaster Classic, Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic. And we left you with some Northland Daily Trivia. How many countries have had anglers in the Bassmaster Classics? Is it 5, 6, 7, or 8 countries? Mark Zona, we'll start with you.
I think it's a higher number than one would think, and I'm going to go with C7.
I'll go along with you there. I think it's a higher number. C7.
You probably name them. Talk about South Africans, Spaniards who have been in this classic before. I'll go with 7 as well. Ronnie Moore, you got well, Ronnie.
Australia.
He's left his post here.
South Africa's one that most people wouldn't think of, but I thought of that also.
Yeah,
Zimbabwe.
There we go. Let's go.
Japan,
yes, sir.
Canada.
Yeah, 7 is correct. Well, time is slipping away from us right here. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes for these anglers to finish their work today. And I mentioned before, it's just math. The further we get into this, the more it's looking like a 2. I'm not discounting the fact that something giant, anyone can pull off something giant among the top 5 or 6 in the last few minutes. But this one's getting down to it between Rasmussen and Justin Hamner with the lead by 2.5 pounds.
I agree with that. And really, you look at the next basically hour and 30 minutes, the biggest hour and 30 minutes of Justin Hamner's lifetime. It's everything. He has mowed lawns for, years to get to this point. But really, the pressure right now is on the Wisconsin angler, that Adam Rasmussen. I said at the top of this tournament, an angler, maybe not a popular name in this Bassmaster Classic, is going to come out of nowhere, and it's been Adam Rasmussen, and he's been, like Justin Hamner, perfect, but a little bit shaky this afternoon.
Yeah, it's not looking as good for him as it did a couple hours ago, that's for sure. But I really want to talk about Justin Hamner at this point. He hasn't had the day that he wanted to have. He said this morning going out with Robbie Floyd that he wanted to have 20 pounds to really feel comfortable. He doesn't have that, so he certainly doesn't know. No one knows. There's a lot of fishing time. They don't check in until 3:15. But someone's life will be changed this afternoon. It looks like it could be his. And at his young age and knowing his history and the way he dreamed, and you could see the tears coming out of him yesterday when he just thought about winning the world championship of bass fishing. Man, that is awesome stuff. Absolutely awesome stuff.
It really is. We can't wait to see how it all winds up. We got about 20 more minutes worth of fishing to share with you here, but first let's get you caught up if you're just joining in with our Yamaha midday report, starting with Jay Shakura.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Stevens Point, Wisconsin. He is a Rookie of the Year champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Century Club member, Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
Looking at the week he has had this week, here's the one thing that we were wondering about Jay Shakura. It obviously does very well up north, coming from a fishing family. His dad is actually a world champion walleye fisherman. Having a great tournament, has lived in the Horse Creek region of Grand Lake of the Cherokees, but rotating different areas throughout this tournament. The one thing that we can say about Jay Shakura, he is the real deal. We wondered how he would fare in the central United States, like here, Grand Lake, Oklahoma. He has done well pretty much everywhere we have gone the last 3 years.
I'm going to go ahead and call it. He's going to be on my favorites list for next year's Classic, because last year and this year he has certainly shown up in a big way.
How about Adam Rasmussen from Wisconsin as well, like Jay Shakura? First time ever at the Classic here, and is not a big figure on the Bassmaster Elite Series or anything. Wasn't on everyone's radar, but man, he showed us he can do it.
Absolutely the real deal. And fishing the invisible, fishing brush piles, 4 all the way out to 15 feet of water, a half-ounce spinnerbait and a half-ounce jig. And you can tell this angler very well-rounded. He is a guide up on Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin for salmon, walleye, smallmouth bass. Definitely the biggest event of his entire career. Very, very solid. And again, we have never had this in a Bassmaster Classic in a highlight package. Back-to-back Wisconsin anglers. Just never had that.
That may never have it again.
He's a great angler, doing what he likes to do, picking off these individual targets with his Mega Live, casting a jig to it. That's the way he won the nation tournament down on Lake Eufaula. Very, very proficient at doing that.
And here's the man we've been talking about, Justin Hamner, trying to go wire to wire here, 20 pounds plus on each of the first 2 days. Today, he's sitting at about 13 pounds and 12 ounces. He says, I got to have 20 today. It may not turn out that way. It may not need that much.
Really, when this tournament started, a lot of this field said this was going to be a diverse fishery as far as throwing a lot of different lures. And look, gang, that every one of these anglers has hundreds and hundreds of lures in their boat. Well, he has used one, a deep diving jerkbait to perfection. Does not have a lot of history fishing here on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. And Justin Hamner has never won a Bassmaster event, and he is, well, he's within about 90 minutes of winning the biggest title in bass fishing.
Oh, it's a big deal when you win, too. I mean, the weigh-in is something else. It's always been a huge part of Bassmaster Classic tradition. It started out in parking lots, and now it's in giant arenas. And I tell you what, we want you to get a little taste of it. I think we could count on our friend Dave Mercer to help us out today. He's been super busy today because he's the busiest man in this place, especially on Championship Sunday. But I think his special way of announcing, he's the only person in the world can do it as well as he does. There's no question about that. And we're going to call on Dave right now to show us what happens backstage for the winner of the Bassmaster Classic.
Hey guys, welcome into the BOK Center, and this is going to be an absolute coliseum of craziness. Everybody sees this. They see the confetti, they see the trophy hoist, they see the victory lap. But what they don't see is what happens afterwards. After you hoist the most coveted trophy in professional bass fishing, not only does your life change, but the way you live changes. Follow me. A winner's lounge for a world champion. Welcome to your decompression lounge. This is where you're supposed to sit down, relax with your loved ones for just a few minutes and kind of absorb what just happened. The confetti is still falling and you're back here realizing that you are now the new world champion of professional bass fishing. But you don't get to stay here long, because next up, decompression over. Welcome to your press conference, where you are greeted by the who's who of fishing media. They all want to talk to you. You're the Bassmaster Classic champion, and it doesn't end here. It happens day after day, week after week, for the next 365 days, until you try to win it again.
The weigh-in will be fantastic. It's always just a production that's incomparable. I mean, all the lights, the sound, the action, a lot of work goes into preparing this magic moment when we get ourselves a new world champion. And everything that leads up to it is fun as well. It's a great, great experience for all the attendees here. Dave Mercer getting ready with his trademark moves there. I just saw he's getting it ready to go. The weigh-in starts on Bassmaster.com. If you want to check it out, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. See all the sound and the fury of the Bassmaster Classic champion crowning. The Bass Pro Shop's Bassmaster Classic, presented by Jockey Outdoors, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird, and by Dakota Lithium. I did a quick swap on you there. Sorry for that.
No, that's just fine, Tommy.
All of them very important, and making this happen, this incredible event in this incredible city of Tulsa, Oklahoma. The BOK Center is where we all eventually headed at the end of the day after fishing is completed here. We got barely more than an hour's time, minus travel time, for these anglers. Justin Hamner still hanging on to that 2-pound, 8-ounce lead. They have been stuck at that difference, 1 and 2, for about 2.5 hours.
Yes, they absolutely. You're telling me. And if really looking at Adam Rasmussen, looking at about another 60 minutes of fishing at most. So pretty big hour ahead for our anglers. But that music means one thing, friendo.
Yep.
Exactly right. He is not in contention to win this tournament, but for the power pole replay of the day, it's been a lot of fun. Matt Robertson, for the second day in a row, he is not getting a lot of bites, but when he does, I mean, it's a ooh. This right here is a Grand Lake stud. Big fish right about noon today.
Tell me something, son. All day. We go all day looking for that one.
Well, that is what lives in this lake. And last power pole replay of the day for this 2024 Bassmaster Classic. Matt Robertson. Big one right there. By far and away, the biggest one we have seen all day long here on Championship Sunday.
Unfortunately for him, just not enough bites.
Oh, he needed about 4 or 5 of those today.
Hey, but listen, man, that was the catch of the day.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. No one would argue with that. That was the biggest we have seen from our 25 anglers. This is how they're spread out over Grand Lake at this time right now, and probably at their last destination. Well, they might hit a couple more spots on the way in. A little windy, so you got to be careful and plan your time properly. You don't want to miss the check-in.
Well, and really, seriously, a big hats off to all of these anglers. But you look at young Justin Hamner, he had to take down some giants of professional bass fishing. And we've covered a lot of Bassmaster Classics the last 20 years. This has been one of the most flawless, consistent performances across the board that we have ever covered, because he's really has never, except for this morning for about 3 hours, he has not been threatened throughout this event.
No, he really has not. And the thing that is really jumps out to me is there's a lot of these guys that most people considered were better at using their forward-facing sonar than Justin Hamner is, but he proved to them that he is, right now, 2024, the best in the business with a jerkbait using forward-facing sonar.
And, of course, it's only his second classic. He shows just an incredible amount of calm through all 3 days here. Yeah. You know, he misses a fish. He doesn't let it just spoil the next half hour or anything like that. He shakes it off quickly. He knows he can keep moving down that bank. Like he says, that's my plan. Find those pre-spawners, going down that bank, and, man, that has worked. It's worked so well.
Absolutely, and really across time, you know, throughout professional bass fishing, the biggest thing you needed was to be versatile, to be able to throw every single lure, every technique to where you can adjust on the fly. And the new normal really is, if you are versatile with the technology, you can get this done. This angler pretty much has used one bait the entire tournament on a lake that notoriously, this is called a hodgepodge lake, where you need to throw 10 different lures, 10 different things at them all the time. And the new normal is exactly what we got to watch this young man do in this tournament. Be versatile, but be versatile with that one lure and that technology.
And this technology enables you to do it with what you like doing the best.
Yes.
That's huge.
Right,
I mean, that has just changed the face of it.
Caught them out this morning. A few little brush piles that are protected over here in Horse. So, got about an hour, which is how long it took us to find them and fish them this morning. So, still got plenty of time. Now that I know where they're at, it'll be a whole lot quicker.
What we have seen today was a quick start from Adam Rasmussen, and we thought he was really getting ahead of the game because he thought his big stuff was coming later. He caught good ones like that early on today.
No matter what happens, hats off to Adam Rasmussen.
Absolutely.
He has had a great tournament, his first Bassmaster Classic. I don't think this is the last time we're going to see him on this stage. Solid performance by him in his first Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, again, big hats off to all of the anglers. A great performance this week. Big one right here. And we're supposed to sit on this desk and be completely unbiased, but the leader of this tournament, Justin Hamner, he has a great story, a great young man, and he deserves it. He really deserves to win this tournament.
You know, we all got, or I know I got a little emotional yesterday because I thought because he's roll tide, that he fished in college
Yes.
Right.
Alabama.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And he
too.
did not hesitate. He was not ashamed to say, no, that's not me. I'm the guy that cut grass at the University of Alabama straight out of high school.
Amazing.
You got to love him.
Amazing story.
Well, don't forget about the weigh-in. That is coming up later today. Starts at 4:30 Eastern Time. You can check it out at bassmaster.com. There's going to be a lot of action there. The Super Six is a special deal. It happens at the end of the day where the 6 finalists, the last ones in, get to come out and they roll out your winner there, and the place just absolutely goes nuts. Appreciation for all these anglers. In fact, all the 56 who worked so hard throughout their year, throughout their career, in order to get to this special thing, and only one will walk away with the trophy. Super 6 Final is a show coming up late tonight. Give you the recap of everything that happened at the weigh-in there. That's coming up on FS1 at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right around the corner. NASCAR Race Day, racing from Texas at Dakota. That follows us up right here on Fox. Another one goes by very, very fast. These things are, they seems like they end before they even get started, but thanks to everyone in Tulsa, our fantastic host community, Davey Hyde, Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, everyone. We'll see you next time.